All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely Friday evening. Thank you. And to the question that everybody not to ask in the comment section, the answer is yes. So we've been playing. I played, a number of songs about women, Skentele, Onigele, and that one by Shola Listen Obirin. It's actually a very, very, very good song. It's not Women's Day or Mother's Day or anything of sort, but apparently people have been insulting our women, and in the last few days, especially on Twitter, our women got very angry, and that was my way of playing that music was my way of showing solidarity. So someone says it's Yoruba International. It's Yoruba Women's Day. Perhaps it is. I just thought that I should play that before we get started on anything at all. Mufasa, thank you very much. Thank you. So yes, our mothers, I put something out on Twitter earlier. I said our mothers have arrived. When people think it's cool to say all kinds of things about Yoruba women, they're dirty, they're this, they're that. I think it all started, it's been on for a bit, but this particular episode, what's happening on X started because a particular lady's tweets were uncovered, and they discovered that, man, she had insulted the heck and the hell out of Yoruba women. I can't even begin to read it. So she said all kinds of things. Gory stuff. And it's not just one or two things that you're angry or like on a daily basis. It's just, it's like daily benefits, just dishing it out. I guess they had had enough, and then they decided to respond. And the response is what you're seeing now. So I played that song because I also wanted to celebrate our women and to tell them that we're on their side. We're used to saying things like Omo Joibo, and someone said that Omo Joibo means that the person is fine. I was like, okay, that's nonsense now. This thing of, I didn't know you were Yoruba, you're so fine, I didn't know you were Yoruba. Those backhanded compliments, I think people are done. And I like it when women are done, because they're able to help people. Women will be like Baragon. That's why I didn't say our daughters have arrived. I said our mothers have arrived. Talk about this, and it's important for them to understand these things, to be fair, because mothers raise children. Fathers are examples, to be clear. Everybody has roles to play. But it's important that our mothers actually get to the point of understanding the dynamics so that they're able to raise kids properly in this very confusing space called Nigeria. And if they have discovered that they have been the brunt of people's bigotry while being called bigots themselves, and now they're pushing back, it makes a lot of sense, not just for them, but for our children. So this is quite nice. I like what's happening on social media. I'm going to talk about that for a bit. But yeah, before we get into all of today's conversations, let me thank everybody who has power tapped and gotten us to 56.4k likes on TikTok. Thank you very much, man. But give me a second, please. I'm going to quickly switch the power source, because something just, I think my power source is talking. But I'm going to play you something I talked about yesterday while I switch the power source. Mumbo, yín tẹ̀wá lórí Facebook máa ṣe kíyìn o, ẹ kọ fún mi ìṣẹ́jú kan. So yesterday we were talking about something about Ojukwu and Frederick Forsyth, and something that an interview that they had. I'll just play something about that while I quickly sort this power issue out. Mumbo. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok, please. I'll play you this stuff while I quickly switch our power source, and then we can concentrate on today's session, okay? All right. So take a listen to this while we set this up. This is from Frederick Forsyth. Biafra, Ojukwu breaks silence. Sunday Telegraph, 4th October 1970. This is the question that Frederick Forsyth asked Ojukwu. On a purely tactical level, what would you estimate were the mistakes you made? This is Ojukwu's response. Mistakes? I made many. Thank God for the gift of hindsight. I think some of my mistakes were based on my identification of targets, political and military, both internal and external. I think these were a bit hazy, and this led to certain hesitations at crucial points. I think I declared Biafra late. Probably the best time would have been on the usurpation of power by a military junta in Lagos. I think I missed Lagos itself as a military objective. I underestimated the effect of foreign exchange on the conflict. I did not realize the full significance of the Suez Canal closure in 1967. I don't think I planned adequately against hunger, and I introduced the Biafran ideology late. That was after the war, in 1970. See? October 7, 1970, I already ran away to Cote d'Ivoire at the time. Here's the thing. What have we learned so far? Number one, if you're a Nigerian, please pray for Gowon. It was not perfect. It was human after all. And none of us is perfect. But I appreciate Gowon. Pray for him. Thank God for that kind of person. Learn from him. There are things to imbibe from him. There are things never to do. Never concede grounds like Gowon did. You'll be considered weak, even if you are doing it for a good cause. It's the nature of man, especially if they are men like Ojukwu. Number two, contrary to what you may have been told, Nigeria did not go against Aburi. Nigeria did not hurt the East. The Eastern region, the military governor and his advisors destroyed the Eastern chances, just like Iran and his advisors destroyed Nigeria. We have read books from the East. We read A Tragedy Without Heroes by Larry Njoku. We read The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan. And both of them said that the decree number 8 of 1967, was actually implemented, I should say. The decree number 8 of 1967 actually implemented Aburi recommendations. This is from... All right, so that was me fulfilling my promise that will, to be able to have that interview that Ojukwu had with Frederick Forsyth. But I played that because I was trying to get something sorted, but we're good now. So again, thank you for joining us. Let's keep our tapping on TikTok. If you're joining us on YouTube, please like and share the live. If you're on Facebook, please like and share. We're going to have Twitter join us later. Please, if you're on YouTube, sorry, if you're on TikTok, please click on the link. Please click on the heart icon above. You can't click on any link. Click on this heart icon, please, and join the team. If you're already a member, please drop a heart me, drop gifts. Let's try and push the live to the FYP so others can join us. So back to what I was saying. What we listened to earlier, that was just something from yesterday. So we had a session yesterday where we discussed, what happened in Biafra and starvation and all those things, and what Ojukwu said about it when he was talking to Frederick Forsyth in October of 1970. We're discussing matters arising again, but I'm thinking that perhaps today we're going to choose. What's the best way now? I'll have us choose whatever it is that you would like us to discuss next week. We have a number of things that we've been working on, but then we'll see which one you like. Then we'll have that on Monday. But before we even discuss anything at all, I want to thank our women, Yoruba women, who apparently have had enough of this shenanigans from people just insulting them and degrading them and disparaging their efforts and saying all kinds of things about Yoruba people, and then particularly about Yoruba women. I just want to say something to those who are still on the fence in the name of whatever movement they belong to. Before you identify as anything, you were born in a particular place. You were born in a particular with a particular identity, okay? Even before your faith, you have your ethnic identity, because that comes with birth, right? Ancestry and all those things. Unless, of course, you're trying to naturalize. All of that to say that it's important for us to understand why people are pushing back. They are not doing so because they hate anybody. They're pushing back because they've had enough of the disrespect. And so when they do this, hopefully we're not going to have so many people going to meet them and saying things like, it doesn't really matter now. And there was a video I saw earlier today from people, of course, who are always using words like Yoruba women are dirty. By the way, all these things that we've come to normalize, all these stereotypes and insulting narratives that we've come to accept as jokes and bants, we've got to stop. Even if you think you can take it, you have to understand what that thing means over time. Over time, it becomes like the identity of the people. For instance, I was talking about attending a conference a while back, and there was an Igbo man who's actually very rich, and he came to speak at the conference. And Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. This man got to a point, he said Yoruba people were cowards. I was looking at it sounded to me like a clown, because he actually said that in front of everybody before he caught himself. He didn't know how to stop himself, because I already said it. Now, if people are allowed to say things like that, and so it's just banned. What I have noticed in my experience is young Yoruba, particularly, just young ones, young people in their teens, in their 20s, actually now acting like those things are real. And like, why are you acting that way? Why are you acting as though you can't really speak your mind and be bold and stuff? Why are you cowering? Why are you pandering? It's because they've come to internalize those narratives and it's becoming their reality, even though that was a stereotype. And to be clear, there's nothing like cowardice in Yoruba, because people that call you cowards, Yoruba people dealt with them, especially during the war. Oh, God bless Benjamin Adekunle. Those guys did well. God bless Gojalabi Sama. God bless Olusegun Obasanjo. They did well, okay, for Nigeria. Not to destroy the people, but they dealt with the army, the Biafran army very well, which is quite nice, since that's what they were paid to do. All right, so maybe it was too much, so they decided to coin that phrase of cowardice. All I'm saying is that it's the same thing with Yoruba women are dirty. And then you look through the dirty cities and spaces in Nigeria, they don't even have Yoruba cities at the top of the list. Everybody can do better. Even Yoruba land, we can do better, can become cleaner. But you look at the list of dirty places, it's the people who are insulting you that actually have their cities ranking first, second, like they're at the top there. So it's more projection than reality. They are projecting to you their own reality, and you are imbibing it in them of jokes, and before you know it, you are beginning to act it out, which is why I said it's important that people are actually pushing back against this narrative. Yoruba women, I want to start with them today or with you, because you are mothers, you are wives, you are sisters, you are aunts, you are grandmoms, you are everything to us, and you can't have a culture without the women. And if you allow the women to be disparaged and just say they're dirty, and that's the funny thing, every skit, I'm seeing a lot of skits. These things make people bring out a lot of things, right? Different skits, STDs, and I'm like, when we look around our cities, it's people from your place that are actually, doing the whole red light district kind of thing. So why are you projecting on Yoruba women? So it's important for Yoruba women to speak up, but Yoruba men should also support them. This thing where a woman says, I've had enough of the disrespect, and then you now go online because you are Voltron, defender of whichever universe you think you belong to, and now go to tell them that it's enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. So let people just do what they have to do, and hopefully this is not going to happen again. But if it happens again, I'm sure the women will be ready to respond to them. Somebody sent me a video earlier today, and I felt maybe we should start with that video as we get into the news. It's not by ethnicity, but it's something quite interesting. Those who insult you, this is what someone from their side decided to explain to us that we probably don't. I mean, we've talked about this before, but it's important that we're listening to somebody from that space. Take a listen, please.
Igbos were the last people to recognize the right of inheritance for a woman and girl child, and it took the decision of the Nigerian Supreme Court. Lead judgment was given by Justice Vivos of the Supreme Court, the Yoruba judge. Now, let me tell you something, because you people forget a case that started in Onisha. In inheritance, they excluded the girls, said that the girls had no right because they were girls. The case came to the High Court of Anambra State, presided over by Igbo judges. So those Igbo judges recognized the Igbo custom and told the woman, sorry, you're a girl, and madam, you're a woman. Girls and women don't inherit according to the custom of Igbo people. An Igbo judge accepted the Igbo custom. So the woman went on appeal, Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal had Igbo judge there too, 2 Igbo judges. The 2 Igbo judges convinced the non-Igbo judges that this is the custom of the Igbos, that women don't inherit anything. It is our custom, our rule. So Court of Appeal decided against the woman. The woman went to the Supreme Court. And when he got to the Supreme Court, the case landed on the desk of a Yoruba judge. The Yoruba judge was looking at the Constitution. He was not looking at any custom. He was not supposed to look at custom. A custom is useless if it denies you rights. Before any custom can be accepted, it must pass the test of validity. It must not be repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience. A custom cannot be upheld if it is inconsistent with natural justice, equity, and good conscience. So a custom that denies a girl child inheritance is inconsistent with natural justice, equity, and good conscience. And it is incompatible with a section of the Constitution that says that no law shall be applied in such a manner to favor one gender over the other gender. It is in our Constitution. But these Igbo judges chose custom, Igbo custom, over the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. If not because of a Yoruba judge at the Supreme Court, Igbo women will not have inheritance rights today in Nigeria. So it was good that the Igbos did not have their own country. If they had their own country, that their custom will be the constitution and women will have nothing.
My heart goes out to all the women from Igbo land or in Igbo land. So if it's the Nigerian courts that are now determining the rights of women to inherit property and in a particular area, and that area is the one telling Yoruba women what it means to be a woman, you know, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. I mean, we're Yoruba. We know how properties are shared as far as inheritance is concerned. Even without a will, you'll have there are different things. There's a digi, there's a oriojori. In other words, they could divide the inheritance based on the number of women, the wives, or to each child. Oriojori means that none is greater than the other, male or female. Everybody gets a piece of the pie. And that did not start last year, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. It's been like that for a long time. A Yoruba woman is able to have access to inheritance in her own place. But it's the person who it took, I don't want to say Yoruba judge, let me just say Nigerian court, to make that work for them. They are the ones telling you how you should be behaving and what it means to be a woman, and that you are less. Meanwhile, they are coming from a place. Have you noticed that when you talk about feminism in Nigeria, there's a particular ethnicity that is more represented than others? It's almost disproportionate, and they're always angry. And I used to have a problem with that, but when I listened to them speak, I stopped having any problem because I understood exactly where they were coming from. If they have to just, go through this in recent times, that means that they've been enduring a lot of stuff. I want to do something a bit different today. We're going to get into the news very soon, but I want to just bring up 3 people, take 2 minutes from each of them, and then we'll dive right into today's stuff. Today I'm just talking generally about what I saw online in terms of what's happening to what our women are doing to push back on all this terrible rhetoric. And it's quite funny that the person who is pushing the dangerous narrative is the person who is calling you a bigot. It's quite interesting how they've perfected it. But I'm glad that our women are speaking up and they're up to the task. But before we go on, let me bring up some people. We have a number of guys here. I'm just going to bring you up and keep it short. It's a beginning. We don't usually do it this way, but let's have a little fun. Wait, no. Let's not start like this. I don't know these people. Let me not start with people. I mean, I'm sorry, I've not seen that before, so I may want to start with you, would not be very cool. And some things that put it back on, and you can decide if they're right. Again, we'll get to the news, we'll get to the topic, but let's do this just for a bit. Somebody said, "No, I can't read this. No, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't read this. I'm just going to play the ones I can play." He's talking about what it looks like going down on a Yoruba girl. I mean, it's gory. It's probably their own experience, but let's just leave that matter. Let's listen to some Yoruba women speak on this matter before we get into the news. Mumbo, having a little issue here. on X space, Twitter space or X space, and they had this. There were men there, women there. Well, some people were just talking about it. Just take a listen.
Those are irrelevant to me. I don't care for them. You know, it's you are talking. And I was saying, right? Don't get offended. I'll tell you that your opinion is relevant to me, and thank God it is. I don't care for your opinion. It will not feed me.
No, those are men speaking about Yoruba women. I want to hear the Yoruba women themselves. Okay, they are putting out things about Yoruba women. Just finish listening to this one. Actually, it's Mambo. No. Yoruba women are good though, but I don't want to. I want to hear Yoruba women right now at this very moment. Mambo. I think I mixed it up. Just give me a second. So there's a video of Azizat who works with Beyonce. I think we just play on while I find what I'm really looking for. Take a listen to this, please.
How did you come in contact with Beyonce?
Let me start from saying a very big thank you to Alaja Atinoke Ahwakwe, Lagos Fashion. She gave them my number when they were requesting for someone to tie the gilly on them. And they called me, it was midnight. And funny enough, I don't usually put on my phone at night because of my kids, you know. So, but that fateful day, the phone was on for no reason, you know. And the call came in the middle of the night. And I was like, who's calling me by this time? I hope all is well. I just picked up the phone and they were like, who are you? ABC, because my business name is ABC, Abiola Beauty Concept. And they said, are you ABC? I was like, yeah. They said, I'm manager of Beyonce. Oh my God, I lost it.
I can imagine the way you screamed.
I went crazy, like really crazy. And everybody was just like, calm down. But he said, the guy said, no, let her have a moment. We get this all the time. Let her have a moment. So afterwards, they told me, okay, you need to come in. We need to talk to you, you know, and the rest was history. So that was how I got into it, you know. So I went there, they showed me what they wanted, you know, because sometimes, well, I read some comments on Instagram, like they were talking about Gilly, that's Beyonce's Gilly. Like, why is the Gilly like that? This, that. Sometimes, I want to clarify that. Sometimes, you know, they will tell you what they wanted. And you have to follow what that client wants. They're the boss. You are not the boss, you know.
I mean, now, being on Beyonce's set, where does that place you now?
All right, we're going to talk about things like that later. I just wanted to play that while I was looking for what I was looking for, and I think I found it. That movie. Then I'm going to read what this.
F1, when he's sleeping, come and open the door so that they will just enter inside and kidnap me. If you want my ransom.
Sir, I cannot kidnap anybody. Do I look like a kidnapper? I can't even kidnap chicken.
And a day I knew.
It wants me. Which one?
Look at it. Your bag here. Your bag here. You are very, very dirty. Can you not see my house? Clean. Everything is clean. You enter here now. That's how I'll be seeing tissue up and down. Your pants will be hanging in staircase. That's your bra that is like cotton. I will come and be seeing it in my parlor. Is that what I want?
I'm very clean. I'm even cleaner than a lot of Igbo girls. I will take care of your home. Please. I just need somewhere to just lay my head while I look for a job.
I'm gonna walk. Cannot stay.
Please, I'm begging.
Wait. I'm still thinking. Wait. Just to sit down.
Let me stay like
Go and let me think. Go and sit down and let me think.
So, I mean, the video was trending, and people were saying all kinds of things about that video. That, you know, the guy said something about the fact that, you know, Yoruba women were dirty. To be honest, it's art, right? It's a movie. People get to throw things like that, but it's important that we don't be. See, my own concern is we shouldn't become the butt of people's jokes and say, "Shay, that's what they say it. They say it everywhere. So why not just put it in a movie?" No. So anyway, let me not tell you what I think yet. There was now a conversation, right, with the girl, because the girl who acted there is a Yoruba girl. So somebody said that, you know, she should have done something when, I mean, since she was cast to be in that movie, in that role, to act in it. So the person said, see, I reply, even in the movie, obvious she wrote the scripts for him. What a shame. So the girl responded, I did not write the script. I wasn't even in the script. He improvised those lines and I can't cut him. There are ways things are done in my industry. It's a director's film and vision, not the producer. He said, and I can't cut him. Then the lady responded, I don't mention because of course there's a reason I'm saying this. I'm not attacking her because it doesn't work like that, ma. So here's the issue I have. I mean, so someone sent this to me and says, pursue your works, you have some experience with movie production. Should she have kept quiet when a lie is being peddled through a movie, especially one aimed at blurring the truth about the Yoruba people to which she belongs? How is it different from Ojukwu stage plays lies? By the way, let me start by saying, during the Biafra War, Ojukwu actually organized stage productions, particularly in Umuahia. And one of those plays, you find it in a book by John de St. George. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. And I've talked about the play before. And so the question the person was asking here is this: as a Yoruba woman, when you find yourself in that kind of situation, or a Yoruba person, male or female, if you find yourself in that kind of situation, how do you handle it? Now, she's saying that she can't do any, or she couldn't do anything because she was not the director. But that's not how productions work. Okay, it's not a military camp. So let me read to you what I said, and I'll now tell you what I actually wanted to say. So this is my response. This is actually ridiculous, especially because if you were talking about a live play being staged in real time. During filming, you have cuts, retakes, and script reviews. An actor has every opportunity to speak up about problematic lines. It is a film set, not a military camp. She wasn't under orders. Actors are collaborators in the creative process. This excuse is just a lazy attempt to avoid accountability for being a mouthpiece for propaganda. She simply wasn't socially aware. She will grow. Now, the reason I use that word also is because I don't also want to make it look as if I'm attacking the person. The truth is that we grow as humans. There are things that didn't mean much to you a while back, but the person I was speaking at the time was Zeke. The idea was, according to how if you read Awolowo's autobiography, it says his plan was to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people. To corrode the self-respect of Yoruba people. So when you hear things like you are dirty, you are less, you are coward, you are this, and the person who is even saying this thing is the one that bears all these trademarks. If I have to send it back to the owner. But whatever you do, whether you're an actor or you're selling stuff, and there's something I've noticed also. Some of us, because it's work, we want to make money. We have to make money. Okay, we have to eat. People will say disparaging things and will take it. Listen, if you say something about me, I might take it. I may or may not. I think that's the right word. I may take it, I may not take it. But when it comes to the race, it's beyond an individual. It's as dangerous as a person bearing arms to fight your people. It's high up. So, and I'm trying not to mention this person because I think she must have grown over time and discovered that next time if you're an actor, you can speak up and say, this line is problematic. What's the worst that could happen? And the funny thing is that it's not like we don't have our own industry. You don't have to. Why do we do what we do, to be honest? It's as if you want to belong so much that you lose yourself in the process. It doesn't make sense. I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about all of us, Jerry, because people are talking about her now because, you know, she's in the limelight. How many of us are not known who have had to sell ourselves or sell our ethnicity just someone says she has apologized? Oh, really? For me, it's not so much about apologies, it's about using it as an opportunity to learn how to speak up for what's yours. You can't just say backhanded comments and just say things and say, oh, it's just a movie. See, art imitates life, yeah, but sometimes life also imitates art. There was a conversation that some people were having on X when they're talking about some movies. I don't want to mention. So I work in the. I'm an artist. I'm a creative person. So I'm very careful with the names of people that they're mentioning because I just have to be careful. And being careful in the sense that I don't think it's an opportunity to attack the persons. I think it's about the idea being propagated. So the idea they were talking about was, there was a time, right, when certain people whose names I won't mention were pushing out content and movies that make Yoruba people look like unschooled, uneducated. It was funny, but to the point where people just, you know, begin to think that actually how people are. Because while of course it's not, you should just laugh it off, sometimes people also begin to assume that that's the reality, even though you're just exaggerating and making people laugh. Essentially, all of this to Renchi to say that as a Yoruba person, when you find yourself in a place where your ethnicity is being disparaged, your women are being talked down on, they say that they're dirty, they have STDs. I don't know who did the census or counting that's called that. By the way, I saw one statistics yesterday about that STD thing. And Yoruba women were not, the Yoruba states were not even at the top. There were other states that I won't mention because that's not today's topic and that's not the purpose of this conversation. I'm just saying, speak up for your people, speak up for your identity. And if the director or the person you're working with, if they can't understand why it is wrong to use Yoruba people as the butt of their jokes, then maybe you should not be working with people like that. It means that for life, you're always going to be walking on eggshells around them when it comes to things that have to do with Yoruba people. Meanwhile, they are fierce about what's theirs. They don't let people, you know, play around with any small thing like this. They'll be crying. Ẹkáàbọ. They'll be crying like something's wrong with them. So you might as well. You won't cry because, of course, you assume that you're sophisticated. But sophistication does not mean that you should be denigrated by people, especially when they are really less than you. All right. Having said that, let's get to today's news. So welcome everyone. Somebody sent this to me. Today's matters are rising. Let me play this one. Somebody sent this to me, and I just think that one day, Gary go pass water the way people are. Water go past Gary the way people are moving in this country. But God will help us. Someone sent this video to me, and let's listen. Someone says, can you share the STD stats? This is for educational purposes. I'll look for it. I promise, I'll look for it. But yeah, this interesting conversation. Take a listen, please.
Well, south, southwest, southeast, 6 states on top. I mean, south, there's something. Southeast, there's something. But when it's sideways, the sideways, what did they get to take the joint state for them? Consumer, the more consume. That what the more consume Nigeria, never say good. They cost what? So from capital, what they get to consume, joint state for them. You know about south, south get oil, they get a lot. And joint state for them. South is get something of it. You can do. So when this sideways, they will want joint state for them. Consume Nigeria, consume all. They are consumers. Consumers, they are lazy people. They play Agoro and Agboro. They want to play Mobo. For most of them, What do you want to create state for?
Oyo State is supposed to be that at the end of Southeast.
Who? Oyo State. Supposed to be that one. Don't come up for Oyo State to federal government. So when you talk about this, when you think about yourself, when you come up for Oyo State to Nigerian government, for GDP, for economy, when you come out, when you Oyo State support Nigerian government, they know support Nigerian for food. The south and southeast, red oil, crude oil, everything. What do you want support Nigerian government? For town and thieves. That is said that he wake it up but say, oh, don't give another state. All the state went down, what we not do, apart from Lagos, where the federal capital. You don't know what's going on. South side is too small. South is too small. People man. Train every Nigeria for so many things. Africa, where people wear everything to manage Nigeria with. Television, radio, all. So you have Nigeria. They don't buy, they just money to make Nigeria survive. Where did you buy money to? consume.
You know what would make a person leave the place, move to Yoruba land and say the only, because this clown is actually speaking in Lagos, so that Yoruba people just consume, Yoruba people produce nothing. South is producing crude oil, South is producing palm oil. He said red oil. Absolute retard. So apparently, you know, to be clear, this is not just some random person. It's a mindset. They are lazy. Yoruba people are lazy. They just always, you know, what are they contributing? It's only Lagos, and even Lagos was former capital. I mean, I think it's even I mean, you already know Lagos State was not the former capital of Nigeria. Lagos, that was the former capital of Nigeria, is just that place you see on the island, all the way to Jibo, Yaba. That was it. Every other thing you see in Lagos State today was not part of federal. Was not federal capital. Was in Western region. But you don't have to explain this to this moguls. But here's the point. The point is you are in Southwest, literally living in Southwest, condemning Southwest and talking about how your region is producing red oil and is Igbo. And it's important to say this, you know, with all sense of, you know, humility and respect, if I can muster as much as I need right now. You can't really mention anything this region is contributing to Nigeria, and I'm not even throwing bans. This is actually like you can fact check this one. Okay, he said, what does the Southwest contribute? What does Oyo State contribute? Oyo State has more VAT revenue than every state in the Eastern region, 2.5 times everything the Southeast makes. Oyo State makes, not made, makes. May God have mercy on folks from the Southeast. The war propaganda has destroyed them. Like, people are actually destroyed, not because of weapons or anything, but because of propaganda, where you just cook up nonsense to make you happy. Meanwhile, you don't really care about the reality. Here's the point. A Yoruba person hears this. Imagine this clown is talking to me. He will hear when. But the Yoruba person will sit down and say, okay. He has a point. He also has freedom of speech. You have freedom of speech to say what you want to say, but I also have freedom of speech to respond to you. But for the most part, we probably don't even know, and then we also think it doesn't really matter. It does. But these are the kind of things we have to live with in Yoruba land. Somebody asked me about the STD thing. This is actually about HIV. So let me read out, you know, to the person's hearing. Top states by number of HIV. By the way, we have one Yoruba state there out of the 10, so we tried. So the number one, To be fair, this number has not changed in the last 20 years. Benue and Akwa Ibom, they are always at the top. May God help them in that. I said in Akwa Ibom, so they taught us a lot of things about how HIV, but I hope things get better there. Anyway, Benue is number 1, Akwa Ibom is number 2. Sorry guys, I'm reading something. Ogade on TikTok says, Prof, the program against Igbos in Southwest is inevitable. It's becoming annoying and disrespectful. May there be no pogroms, because nobody should die the way they died that time. But here's the point. This is how it begins. It's not about whether the person is just one lone voice. This is how it begins. What happened in May of 66 and what happened in between August and October of 66 in the north to Igbos did not just happen in a vacuum. It happened because of statements like this to folks in the north. They were living amongst the northerners and insulting the north, spreading them in their own land, just like this clown is doing in Yoruba land. Meanwhile, you actually literally escaped from a land of scarcity and found yourself in a land of plenty. Then you begin to speak and insult your host. You say all kinds of disparaging things about them, but you can say because you have freedom of speech. That's what they thought in 66. One of the fearful things, and I say this, one of the most fearful things about history is to find the worst part of history happening again based on the exact same context. Or you look at the happenings or the events that led to the terrible thing that happened and you're like, wait, also Shele, you insulted Northerners, called them lazy in their own land, said you have taken over their land, you have killed their leaders, you made albums, you said, and there was no social media. One of the things that actually sped up the killings of these folks in the north was a newspaper article, 2 newspaper articles, particularly the one in the Drum that was published end of May 1966. That and the unification decree of May 24. Those 2 things were what they needed to deal with these clowns. You see, one straw will soon break the camel's back. I don't want people to fight, but it has happened before. And when it happens, it shall be televised. I used to say that, I mean, sincerely, I don't want it to happen. I don't think it's cool. I mean, we've never really discussed what happened in the north. If you notice, we just read Makonka, Lerefe, because if you really read it, to be honest, even if I read it, the folks from the southeast will not change. They won't change. Why? It's a question of evolution. It's not a question of repeating history. They know that thing happened, but they've been told not to acknowledge the role they played. So no matter what you read, they did it to us. No matter they did it to us. They did it to us. I'm just saying that they are setting the stage for something really terrible, and it's bad that it's on social media. And what I'm also noticing on X right now is that folks who used to be very, very, what's the word now? I was going to say liberal, but I think people have also demonized that word. Folks who used to be very lackadaisical about identity are becoming very serious about it because they are discovering that so I'm hoping that they will stop, because if you notice that liberals are beginning to turn against you, it means that something terrible is about to happen. In other words, you're an outsider. Liberal is the person who would go against his own heritage because he wants to satisfy you, because he's not thinking straight anyway. And by the way, it doesn't mean that everybody that's liberal is wrong. It's just that when it comes to identity, in Nigerian Yoruba context, liberal means that essentially. But when such people are beginning to speak up against this denigration by Igbos, that means that water don't they pass Gary. Me, I'm conservative, but me, I'm more in the middle, kind of. What do they call those people? Libertarian, or what do they call us? Folks in the right think I'm in the left. Folks in the left think I'm in the right. I just think that folks should stop. I know they will not listen to me, but let's keep it. Let's put it on record that folks were warned to stop. Some say there's no middle ground. No, when I say middle ground, I'm saying that it's not. No, it's not. Last. I mean measured. That's what I mean. I mean measured. I don't mean that I am moderate. Thank you for the English. Centrist. See, these people understand English more than I do. Moderate, measured, centrist. But in the Nigerian context, I'm definitely clearly conservative. Okay, maybe not extreme. Maybe that's the word. I'm conservative. But some conservative think that I am liberal. It's quite interesting. But I'm saying all of that to say that if people who are not even more liberal than I am, folks who would just open the door and say it doesn't really matter, let anybody just do whatever, if they begin to turn against you, it means that your cup is getting full. That means that if anybody ever decides to deal with you, those of us who are saying, relax, so don't get too angry, they won't even care about us. And that's the funny thing about Yoruba people. When it comes to the time where your cup is full, people like us will retreat. It's not because we want to retreat, it's because those ones will come with so much force, it will be as if we don't exist. We are going to have to now find a way to calm them down. And usually takes a while, because they will do. Because you know why? All this time, see what Reverend guy just wrote there. It says, Prof, you are too liberal for my liking. I know that's what he says about me. When we speak, they are like, you are too liberal. They want to do something. People are speaking English and calming them down. When the time comes to speak, when the time comes to act, those of us speaking English will just chill, because they will beat. You know that video we saw that said we beat people in the Niger Delta. When the guy said we beat, have you seen that video? When he was asking them that, do you met out corporal punishment? I said we beat. One some and such people are not. We're not going to import them. They are waiting. They are watching. They are ready, and it will be televised. With a beat, you see it, Abi Oguntoye, thank you. With a beat, then go beat. All this I have, Kini conference, nobody will care. Yachinedu, or exist. Mr. Lani says, no, we disciple people. Okay, maybe that's the way of disciple. Oh man, no. And I've seen before, it has happened in Lagos. Even this Lagos of is liberal. Lagos is cosmopolitan. It happened between Yoruba and Hausa. It happened between Yoruba and Igbos. It's not today's topic, but it's not like it has not happened before. It has happened before. It happened in Jaraba. It happened in Ajegunle. And this is not 70 years ago. This is like 10, 20, 30 years ago. People were dealt with. You just be shocked that these cowards, so-called cowards, can deal decisively with you. May that day never come. That's my prayer. May that day never come. But I can assure you, if and when it does, there will be people to respond in Yoruba land. May God have mercy on all of us, and may people get wisdom. Now back to the stuff I was saying earlier. Somebody asked me about the HIV thing, and now I can't find it anymore because I had clicked on it. 1 second, please. Click we have one set in the top 10 in Yoruba land. So there's Benue, there's Akwa Ibom, that's HIV. There's Lagos, number 3. Number 4 is Rivers, then Nasarawa, FCT, Kaduna, Enugu, Cross River, Delta, Abia State. So, top 10 states by number of HIV patients on treatment. Benue has 190,778. And it's actually quite interesting considering the numbers of the people in those states. They are not as many to have so many people, but it is what it is. Excuse me, let me take it again. Benue has 190,778. Akwa Ibom has 148,270. Lagos has 136,586. Mufasa says that Lagos number no be our own. I hear. That's when people discover that it's only Yoruba people that live in Lagos. When something good happens, it's because some people are living with us. When bad things happen, we are the only ones in Lagos. It's God not wonderful. All right, number 4, Lagos has, let me just take numbers again. Benue 190,778, Akwa Ibom 148,270, Lagos 136,586, Rivers 90,776, Nasarawa 65,693, FCT 59,757, Kaduna 58,559, Enugu 55,129, Cross River 53,213, Delta 52,129, Abia. Let's move on to other things. This time I'm listening to a strong Igbo woman, a woman of timber and caliber. I'm reading from Punch newspaper. FG. The federal government has criticized the coronation and activities of individuals styled as Ezendibo, Igbo traditional rulers in foreign countries, describing the practice as embarrassing. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu, stated this while presenting the position of the government at a meeting of IMEOBI, the highest decision-making body of Ezendibo worldwide, held in Enugu on Thursday. In a statement signed by a special assistant on communication and new media, Magnus Eze, the minister said the situation has become a major embarrassment to the government, Indigo, Nigerians, and citizens of host countries where such titles are conferred. Recently, violent protests erupted in South Africa's Eastern Cape following the controversial coronation of the Nigerian Igbo leader Solomon Ogbonna in London, Igbo King in East London. The development sparked outrage among local residents, traditional rulers, and political groups, leading to unrest, the burning of foreign-owned vehicles, and looting. Addressing the Ohanaeze Imoebi General Assembly, the minister recalled that a similar incident occurred in Ghana in July 2025 over the Ezendibo issue. She said she had led a delegation to Accra to ease tensions following protests in which some Ghanaian groups demanded that Nigerians leave the country. Odumegwu stressed that cultural expression should not create conflict with host communities. You need someone to tell you this in 2026. Odumegwu stressed that cultural expression should not create conflict with host communities, noting that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had continued to deploy diplomatic channels to address the situation in South Africa. She said, quote, "Aggrieved Ghanaians issued our people with a quit notice insisting that Nigerians must leave." End of quote. According to her, the delegation met with President John Mahama of Ghana, ministers, the Inspector General of Police, traditional authorities across regions, and representatives of the Nigerian community. She added that tensions eased following the intervention of President Mahama, who maintained that there was no place for xenophobia in Ghana. That's good, but there's something I'm very glad about. I'm very happy that it was not Abike Dabiri who had to say this. We would not hear the end of it, because people just be saying, "Oh, she's tribalistic," but at least now, is very good. I saw that it was well played. They should take care of that. I said we're going to be saying a lot about Yoruba women today, so why not? If not, I'm going to read something here from Keiza Kunle. It says Yoruba women have always been at the forefront of resistance and power. We're talking a lot about Yoruba women because they've been taking a lot of bashing, but as well acknowledge some of the great things they've done. Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, anti-colonial women's rights icon. By the way, when you hear Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, the first that comes to your mind, I saw it somewhere, I didn't read it. I didn't bring it to read it here because people always talk about the first woman to drive a car. That's not the greatness of Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. I mean, that's just one of the things she did. You know, she bought a car and she drove a car. Okay, big deal. That's good, but she was a human rights activist. These were people, herself and the Abeokuta Women Association, deposed the king. That's how powerful they were. Okay, they changed the structure of society, you know, by making and by helping to turn things around, essentially. Because to be honest, what happened at the time when they were protesting was not the original traditional structure of Yoruba land. It was imposed or introduced by the Oyinbo, but they came along and restructured it. So it's important to talk about people like that. Madam Efunroye Tinubu, political and economic force in 19th century Lagos. Somebody sent me a video where someone was talking about Tinubu and said, oh, Tinubu, there's a square name for Tinubu in Lagos, and Kiniko, but she used to sell slaves. And people have image, a statue in different parts of Yoruba land, a statue that they should pull those things down because she used to sell slaves. People are stupid. She sold slaves, so what? And this is not to say that it's good to sell slaves, though. She did not sell slaves in 2026. At the time, it was acceptable in society. So yes, there's Tinubu space, and we will soon. Prof, Momo. Mi fẹ́ lọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn torí tí n bá sọ yẹn ó máa ta bá Fẹlá, tí n bá fi lè sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó máa ta bá nǹkan tí Fẹlá sọ ń pa Awólọ́wọ̀. But I know what you're saying. You're of course you're right. Mi fẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn. So what was I saying? So they're talking about the fact that she used to sell slaves. Madam Tinubu sold slaves, big deal. Like it's, and I'm not saying slave trade is anything cool or anything, but at the time it was what people did. By the way, you see, there's some conversations people have in America that Nigerians should be very careful. By the way, if you're Yoruba, please be very careful before you get involved in such conversations. All these things they're doing in the US and in the UK, where they're pulling down statutes, you can't do it in Nigeria. Because it's as if you are judging the past based on present reality. I am proud of Oyo. I'm an Ife man, but I'm very proud of Oyo. Okay? But you cannot be proud of Oyo without remembering that something happened to the Dahomey people. When you hear about empire and the military might, especially when the empire actually expanded through military might and conquest, you have to understand that slavery was part of it was in that mix. So when I see Yoruba people trying to sound British, American, I'm like, why are you going to stop this thing you're about to start? Because we can bring it home. Whatever Madam Tinubu did, she did because that was what was done in that period, and she was successful doing it. Should she have done it if it's now? Of course she shouldn't do something like that. And by the way, it doesn't mean that it was good at the time, but still terrible. But the world has changed. You cannot judge the past based on today's reality. If you do that, you're just deceiving yourself. You have nothing to learn from the past. Okay? It's just like somebody doing. Imagine someone, for instance, Dangote has a refinery, right? Refining oil. Imagine 100 years down the line, somebody comes along and says, everybody's using clean energy. There's no need for fossil fuel, and they now say Dangote was a terrible person for even daring to refine crude oil when they wanted green energy 100 years from now. If you were alive, if you are still alive at that point, you would tell that person that real way. Because imagine we don't have Dangote refinery now. How are we going to survive? So somebody comes along 100 years from now and says, oh, green energy, clean energy, maybe you don't even need to go anywhere. Your car just moves, just like it's working now. We see it in some countries, driverless cars, electric cars, and everything. And the person is now judging the past based on present reality. The point I'm trying to make is that you cannot judge what happened in the past based on what you're doing right now. That's number one. Number two, if you're going to be talking about can you call somebody sold slaves, your father sold slaves. To be honest, people's fathers were slaves, but it's okay. It's part of evolution. We are where we are right now, and I just think that a lot of people are not grounded, particularly those who are always trying to sound westernized. Siggy says that's a wrong example. Please come up and give me a right example. I would love to hear your right example. So Siggy, you know what? I kind of like what's happening. Let me invite Siggy. I'm going to invite you up. Make sure you come up or come and give us the right example. Or you tell us how we should pull down our image. We're not going to pull down our statue. Some people do this thing where they're looking at the past and say, okay, anybody that had anything controversial, anything wrong that they did in the past, pull down their statue. You have nobody to look up to. That's the truth. You're looking for heroes that were pure, right? Saints. If they had anything they did in the past that was wrong, put on their statue, destroy the memory, don't talk about them again. How many people do you think you're going to have in this world to actually talk about in terms of history? Nobody. You that you're talking about, how perfect are you? Thank you. There are no flawless heroes. Again, I'm not saying it was good, but it was what was acceptable at the time. And thank God for William Wilberforce and the Clapham sect, and thank God for the abolition movement, and thank God that slavery was abolished. And now, interestingly, there are people in the world today who are still practicing slavery. It's still going on in Libya. It's still going on in Libya. But for some reason, this woke, they call it woke, Abi. I think is weird when you judge the past based on present reality. Again, I'm not saying it's good though to go with certain human beings, so I'm just saying for that particular period of time it was acceptable. There were people that were sold into slavery. There's a particular one. Seriki, what's his surname? I think it's Seriki Williams. As if I can remember, he was sold into slavery in Brazil, eventually gained freedom, and he went into the trade. He began to sell slaves. I was having a conversation with someone about this, and the person found it very weird and said, how could he do that? I'm like, it's not good from your perspective, but at the time it was about the survival of the fittest, and in his mind it was weak, so it was taken. Thank you, Jaglabi. It was weak, so it was taken. Now he's strong, he can take others. That's literally how they moved. Siggy says Winston Churchill in UK, with all the atrocities he committed, is remembered as a hero. Something told me you're going to mention Churchill. So let me say this, and I'm not speaking for English people, but I think it's something that let me say it this way, and I'm going to I'll use a Nigerian example. So let me say this. Churchill did some terrible things. Churchill did some terrible things, especially in India. But two things. Number one, you cannot tell Indians to see him as a hero, but you cannot tell the English not to see him as one. That's the thing. There's something I can't say in public, so it doesn't look like somebody supporting someone who did terrible thing. But the point is, you cannot tell, which is, you see, you can, oh boy, this our news don't change. You can choose, yes, Obalufon, Seriki William Abbas, that's his name. You can choose not to support him. You can choose not to respect him. But what I see in the West is people telling the English people how to view the people they consider to be the heroes. That's the one I don't get. I can choose not to respect your hero. especially if he did something terrible to me or my people in the past. Even if I understood the context, I can still choose not to take him as a hero. But I can't tell you to stop respect. That's what they are doing with Awolowo for us now. And this is even somebody who did not do anything wrong to them. This is somebody who actually helped people. A group of people look at him and come up with lies about him and then tell Yoruba people how to relate with their own heroes. You don't have to see him as your hero, but you can't tell me how to perceive him. You get the point? So I think when it comes to that, that is... So people that don't like who is in Churchill, they have a right not to like him. People that consider him to be a hero, especially based on, you know, his work during the World War, I mean, you can't tell them not to see him as a hero. Remy Guy says in Belgium, King Leopold's statues are all over the place. That one is similar. You can't go to Congo, for instance, and tell them that Leopold was a good man. Of course, he was a terrible human being. But I don't think I can go to... This is me. I may be wrong. Let me just say it now. So if you have anything against me, feel free to come up and counter it. This is not history. We're just discussing, okay? I don't think I have the right. To be fair, number one, I'm not even from Congo. So maybe if I was from Congo, maybe I would think differently. It's possible. But I don't think I can tell folks in Belgium how to view him, even though I know that what he did to me was terrible. But I have a right to not recognize him as a good person. And he actually did some terrible stuff. That guy was killing millions of people in Congo. So it's even different from the example I'm using. It's a very extreme example. Anyway, if you don't agree, please feel free to come up and we can also learn from you. All of that to say that we are not going to remove Tinubu statues. I keep saying statues. We're not going to remove Tinubu statues. We are not going to stop calling places Tinubu Square, Ita Tinubu, because we are now woke, or we are now in the 21st century. Slavery, and by the way, slavery is not an American kinikon concept. Slavery is a human reality, and it's been like that long before, you know, the whites came. Somebody asked me a question yesterday, sent me a message, that were there black people taken outside Africa before transatlantic slave trade? And we say a lot of things in our conversation. One of the things I remembered is we've not said enough about trans-Saharan slave trade. And the reason is, in my opinion, the reason is simple. It's because the West has shown itself as being morally superior to others. Therefore, people have decided to place the West on a pedestal and demand of the West something that they will not even demand of themselves. That's why I think people are always talking about transatlantic slave trade. It was terrible, to be clear. Terrible, inhumane, crazy, right? But because the West has positioned themselves as the morally superior people in the world, that kind of thing, that they have the ability to, they put it on the pedestal where they can correct anybody and do all this policing and everything. Therefore, people are questioning them. But the day they begin to question Arabs, the kind of thing where they do, how they castrate people, how they made sure that they were mating with the women, but they were castrating the men, how people were dying on the trek to the Middle East. That they would call it was even, I mean, I don't like comparing evils, but Osha Badsha, just as bad, if not worse. But may God help all of us. And if you're a Yoruba person, like I said earlier, let me say it fully. If you're a Yoruba person, and like me, you are proud of Oyo, just know that the Daomi people have a different view of that period of Yoruba history or of world history. They think of that period differently. When we are talking about the greatness of Oyo, they have a different view, and they also have a right to be there. So if you begin to do all this, let's change the past, let's remove Tinubu, it is well. Someone says Arabs is another topic. Yes, and they enslaved a lot of children. I think it's even the fact that ìkan kan náà wípé ìgàn náà ṣebí irú ẹ̀ náà làwọn yẹn náà ṣe ní Argentina tán wọ́n ṣe ní Brazil náà, whitening the population. they had a name for that thing, but it's in Portuguese, so it's really hard for me to. They had this thing. I don't know if you've seen this image. There's this image where the woman was. You must have seen. If I find that image, I'm going to show it to you. The woman was praising God. She's black. Her daughter is mulatto, right? And then she's married to a white. Omotoabi is lighter skinned, so to speak, than that. Thank you for that word. Thank you, our own. Even though you came for me earlier, now you have come to help me, and I thank you. But why did you come for me earlier? I need to ask you that question. I want to look for that picture and show it to you guys. It's like when people talk about black population in Argentina, people like someone buried one more so in Tombale Paoma out breed there. Give me a second, I'm going to find you that picture. I'm trying to type this. This is looking like Latin. No, the one I'm talking about is Portuguese. I hope it's the same thing that we're talking about too. Mombo Mejora La Raza. Elevejo Spanish. What did you say to me, to the law? It has nothing to do with what I was looking for. One second, please. It's a painting. It's very famous. I'll find it, please. Shoot. I think it's Ham's Redemption. It's I don't even want to pronounce it. It's Ham's Redemption. Fantastic. Let me show it to you guys. I found it. I'll just say it in English. The other one, Carmelaine and so let me just show you that picture. The one I was referring to. This one. Right? That's the redemption of Ham. Essentially, Ham is redeemed by whiteness. So the next generation is lighter than the next, and then the next one is lighter than the previous one, and so on and so forth, until you end up with what you see in some parts of Brazil and Argentina. Even though there are blacks in there somewhere in the mix, but what is so and it was intentionally done. It's the same thing that these guys also did in North Africa. Arabs. Arabs. Someone said they also did it in Australia. Yes. That was even crazy. They were taking children away from their parents, similar to what happened in Canada. People have done terrible things in this world, though, but they still celebrate them in their place. Meanwhile, they want to say that we should remove Tinubu. It is well. By the way, Madam Tinubu was so powerful. She was so powerful that even her husband's children took up her name as their surname. Go figure. She had a number of husbands. I mean, she remarried. One husband died, then she had a divorce, and so on and so forth. She was so powerful that they took up that name. Then he mentioned here Alimoto Pelewura, a defender of market women's power. Alimoto Pelewura was leader of Lagos Market Women Association. She worked directly with Herbert Macaulay, and they fought the British to a standstill. She was selling fish in Lagos Market. Interestingly, and this is quite interesting, at some point her assistant, Alimoto Pelewura's assistant, was actually Abibatu Mogaji, the mother of the present president. That's why you think about this thing and you're like, what in talking to President Tinubu's mother was a deputy to Alimoto Pelewura when she was Lagos Market Women Association, and she was there in the 1930s, 40s. Yes. And that's why, of course, she also became a Yaloja. That's Mama Abibatu Mogaji. And then Kudrat Abiola, the matter for Nigeria's democracy struggle. Umani Alaga. Thank you, Ajibolo. Umani Alaga. Is she from Oyo State? Is she from Ibadan? I've heard that name before, but there's a school in Ibadan. Umani Alaga. Anyway, today's session is going to be interesting because we're just discussing what happened, and I know we've gone out of Nigeria. There's something I want to read, though, which is what I really want to read today. It's a statement by Sir John Macpherson and how he described the 3 regions in 1955. That's today's topic. Everything we're doing right now, where would they go with that? He described the 3 regions of Nigeria because he was the Governor General of Nigeria from 1948 to 1954. Sir John Macpherson. So what he wrote about the 3 regions and the fact that those things that he said in 1955 are still a reality to a large extent, that's what we are going to read. We're going to get there very soon. Obalufon says it is pronounced Umwani Alaga. Really? Thank you for teaching me because I didn't know. All right, let's cover some other things before we go to what I said we're going to read. We're going to like it, I promise. OGD celebrated his 70th. OGD is, of course, Otunba Gbenga Daniel, and it was quite nice. I mean, I saw some of the, a couple of videos from that event, but this particular one I found very interesting. I thought I should share with you, where I talked about himself and his successor, Senator Ibikunle Amosun. Take a listen, please.
Successor of mine. He gave me hair. So we thank God. With the prayer of our clergymen, he is now repentant. Thank you very much. We started the race together. You were too much in a hurry. That was fun. I told you that we are not the God I can so John, the shape I wish you well. I thank you, Mr. for coming.
Oh, it wasn't so clear. Okay, I could tell you. So he said that he's talking about Senator Ibikunle Amosun and how they started the journey together. Then he said, but it was in a hurry. And then he said he wished him well. I think the lesson from there really is, I'm actually very happy that they've settled whatever rift they had. But the lesson is actually more for the citizens than the politicians. Politicians have a way to settle. They have a way of settling their disputes. If you kill your people, you hate your friend, or you break relationship and destroy relationship because of a politician, you are this clown. No, they will be fine. That's why I notice when people say things like, I cannot be friends with somebody because of the person he's supporting, because he's after my life. How dull are you? They pay attention after your life. Attention won't tell you. They have there where they meet to. The one that call people structure of criminality is the one that is if you don't understand our English, that Yoruba, I will interpret. Hopefully, I'm thinking of the English equivalent. The person who told you that other person had a structure of criminality, you insulted all those people. He's in cahoots with them. They're now in the same party. You just destroy relationship for nothing. People are so emotional. And by the way, these guys who just got into politics in 2023, they need to calm down. You will break relationships that could have lasted into the future because the person is not supporting your candidate. 2 years down the line, they are together. The two people that each of you are supporting, those politicians are talking, but you are destroyed relationship forever. Be talking nonsense is after your life. It is well. All right. There's a video I heard. So today, what we're doing today really is matters arising. We're going to get into our topic proper later today and then on Monday. in the same party doing rally together. Yes, they're doing rally together with structure of criminality. Isn't that interesting? One guy said he saw someone's WhatsApp status. He was going to do business with the person, but as soon as he saw the WhatsApp status, he changed his mind. Thank God, say man, no be God. Because the person supporting the president is supporting this president, so you're not going to go and perish with your money. All right, there's something I heard earlier today. I just want to share. Don't worry, I'm going to get to reading that stuff very soon. I don't sure I can share. Now I can share. Ebuni ekweni. My account share for your lady. I can share. Jagunlabi says topic yen gan ni koko. Share po ni ya she topic gogon and she matters arising. Matters arising means I will talk about different things, and then at some point we are going to zero in on something. Let's bring one or two people up, and then we'll move to what I really want to talk about today. Okay. Again, respect to our ladies, our women, our mothers. May God bless you for us, and may you increase on all sides. Please don't hold back when people try to denigrate you. And for Yoruba man, don't be kicking with people who are pulling down your women because they are on the ground. So make sure that you are speaking up for Yoruba people. I mean, it doesn't mean you're not loving other people, just don't destroy your own in the process. Thank you. So I'm going to bring up two people. They will speak, then we'll go to John McPherson, which is today's topic. Thank you very much for listening. If you're on TikTok, please power tap, and also let's drop hearts, means let's drop gifts, let's try and push the FYP. If you're on YouTube, please like. I'm going to read some of your comments before we go to today's topic. But before we do that, let's have Bumblebee. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Prof. Ekweto.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for bringing me up. I think one of the things most people don't understand when we say these things. I was born and bred in Lagos. So, you have a lot of people of that particular demography all around you, both as your friends. I still have friends today that they are good people that are from there. Or they have one parent from that side, or they have one of their very somehow from that region. You have pretty decent people, wonderful people. But you also have people that are so unhinged, so uncut. So I saw one video on Twitter this morning where one small boy was saying something about, we asked him where they went to buy meat. He said he bought meat for 5,000 naira, and then I know you will know the video I'm talking about. These are the kind of people we grew up around. These are the kind of people you see every day. If you're a Lagosian, you know this is how they talk. I was as young as 7-year-old in primary school, and you started hearing these things from your classmates, people don't understand when you say these things. If you're not based in Lagos, or if you didn't grow up in the hinterland, of Lagos, you won't understand these things. We experienced it, and you just had to swallow this rubbish growing up because of tolerance and every other thing, and of course the dirty stereotype and all that. You hear them say these things, and in your mind you're like, are these people aware you are not comfortable with this rhetoric, or you're not comfortable with all these things they are spilling, or they're spewing and all? And what they don't recognize, I know people that will cause trouble for free. These people own more. I have a friend, he's no longer in Nigeria now, he works in the UAE and all. He's in UAE or Qatar or thereabouts. That boy was a troublemaker. I traveled around Nigeria with him. I've seen him fight in the city of Kano. I've seen him fight, like only him. This one will tell you, great guy, and this guy, I know him. There are people like that they just tell them where there's trouble. They're ready to go and make trouble. And we try to, placate these people, try to not make trouble and everything. But there's no place where you don't have crazy people. We're laughing we're at the end of the day. And time people here back continue by. It's good. I like the way our people do things. We first start everything for conversation. We tell them the same way we are correcting them online now. We tell them, this thing you're doing is not good. When they seem not to listen, we make our voice more firmer. We try to be more firm about it. But when that doesn't work, I'm a buruku. So I know, I know Yoruba will understand that. So thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir. What I like about your Bible is that you let them have it. The rest of us will be speaking English. We'll come and take care of things when they are done. Since people don't want to listen to basic stuff, let me just read some things on YouTube and then I'll play the video that he mentioned. Let me play the video since he just talked about it. He talked about the video of a boy, where they're talking about meat and how he turned everything to tribalism. A young boy. This kid I don't think can be older than 10 or 12. But take a listen to this. Young guy. Where
you buy the meat? How much? 5,000. 5,000 naira. For this kind of meat? For this meat?
Yes.
This generation, come, look, this generation don't finish you. Who's my brother? Me and Tinubu no relation now.
The same language.
The same language?
Yes.
What do you want tell her make him do now? What do you want me to do for you? Make it continue.
Make it don't continue. If you continue, hungry go kill all of you. Because hungry don't go kill more people. Now Yoruba.
Okay.
I mean, we can laugh over that, but that's actually quite dangerous. So the child is saying, his own people will not be hungry, his own Yoruba will not be hungry. That's a boy. You raise them that way, and then you're wondering, how did this start? I'll read some comments, and then we'll listen to a few more things here. I hope there's audio on YouTube now. Mimi, thank you very much for... I'm just saying it. I apologize. I'm just saying it now. Thank you, King Femoli on Facebook. Netizen says on YouTube, they must learn the hard way, the way Hausa people taught them. I hope it doesn't happen. I'll bring you up on YouTube, on TikTok, my boy. YouTube. Some of those things want to sort of, so I'm trying to look for. Okay. Mr. Latunde Odediro on YouTube says you are a moderate. You are in the center of right. Thank you. Let me clap for myself and for you too. So they said I'm center right. It's not like a football position, but it sounds good. So we are in the right, okay, but center right. I prefer that because this left, it doesn't look very good though. What can I say around here? Whitey Kubo on YouTube says the kingdom of Ondo was founded by Queen Pupu, a woman queen. A woman. I think that's what she meant. Queen Amina of Zaria was the one who conquered most of what is now Hausa land today. It is a shame Hausa women are now subjugated by Sharia. Yeah. I mean, in Yoruba land we have examples of queens who actually reigned. So there are different types of queens. There is queen consort. There is queen regnant. So what we've had, of course, we have queen consort. Queen consort just means that you are the wife of a king. Queen regnant means that you are the reigning queen. In other words, Queen Elizabeth was queen regnant. So she was Onlowa Louis. No, Moremi was queen consort. Moremi was the wife of a king. But in Ife we had it starts with B. It's not Moremi. Who remembers this this is actually not cool. This is not cool. Me somewhere. I'm trying to bring it out. Who remembers I'll remember her name. In Oyo, it's not Kiwi. Kiwi Bawo. Are you joking? Luwo Gbagida. Her name is Luwo Gbagida, the queen of thank you, Ajibolo. Luwo Gbagida. She reigned in Ife. In Ondo, like she mentioned, we have Kukuku. In Oyo, Oyo also had a female Alafin, or wrong Potoni. Anyway, the point is, people like that are not the ones that folks who are just coming out of wherever they're coming from are trying to denigrate. You don't have a king's palace or a king's cabinet, right, without a woman. Okay, and she's not merely representing women, she's there as a woman who has to be part of the cabinet. Okay, Yalode. Then you have Yaloja, who is the person in charge of the economy of the state. And this has been a reality for centuries. So it's not today that somebody will just come around and say, oh, look at Yoruba women, they don't have anything. Even look at your banks today and whatever you're doing, you have all of this to say that if you're Yoruba woman, you are blessed. All women are blessed, but Yoruba women are more blessed. Praise God. All right. She mentioned Queen Amina of Zaria. Yes, she also was very great. Seki Williams Martinez was another one. He is the father of the Martins family of Lagos. Thank you very much, Whitey Kubo. So it's true. Seki Williams, they still have a building in Badagry. Thank you very much for the gifts. Thank you, Abi 71. There's a place in Badagry where they used to hold the slaves before, transporting them. Seki Williams was a slave himself, and then he engaged in that business. When you study that man's history, it makes it difficult for you to be black and white about things. Okay, it's like when you study American history, where it's clear that there are blacks who own slaves. People don't like to talk about it, but it's a reality. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just what it is, Thank you on TikTok. Let me just read few more things and I'll bring people up on TikTok. Whitey Kubo says, remember you said they attack the reputation and image of the leaders they murdering them. Premier Akintola too. Yeah. Let's go on. The real reason, this is from okay. Is he okay or okay? I think it's okay. Oh yeah, Dino. Good evening. The real reason they hate Babalawo has nothing to do with food or civil war. The real reason is that Babalawo stopped them from enslaving Yoruba people politically. Baba stopped Zik. See, Baba's relationship with Zik is actually very funny. Maybe one day we'll have a conversation around it. Baba weighed west and east and north. Because of that feudalism thing, it was like, east is the only option. And the main person there is Zik. And yes, it stopped him in 1951 when he was trying to... At that time, he just wanted to have the majority in the parliament, and I will make sure that did not happen. And since then, they've been calling Awolowo a tribalist. And guess what? That's fine. We don't care. Whitey Kubo says the Dahomey were the first to use the slave trade as an excuse to turn West Africa upside down before the Fulani overtook them in the evil trade. We have been enslaving people before that even came on board. Unless of course we're talking about the entire region, but we did our own bit as far as slavery is concerned. Also, some Yoruba people say we had no slavery. We did do. You see, there are some things that people say things that they want to try and clean up the past by denying the reality and say, oh, we didn't do. What do you mean we didn't do it? We did. We just don't do it anymore. All right, I mean, there are so many things to read here. Let me bring people up. We hear some other people's voices now. I'll read a few more things later, so that way you're not just listening to me alone. At least in this particular segment, I'll bring up 1, 2, 3, 4. Please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you. Adamo Risha says, Adamo Risha says it was a normal thing then. Thank God for technology. You know, it's because we now have machines. The Industrial Revolution is the reason we can speak English and be saying, why did they have slavery? If you have no machines, you will use what they thought. It's either you were a polygamist having multiple children, or you had enough money to employ a lot of people, or you had slavery. And it was a human thing. And it's terrible, to be clear. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that was what worked at the time. Let's have Adamo Risha.
Prof.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Fine. Umu Ani lórúkọ ìyá Àmọ̀kẹ́. Umu Ani. Umu.
Okay.
Is Umu Ani, like it means like woman leader, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ìbàdàn.
She's a philanthropist, a businesswoman. She led protests like in the 30s. And what one forefront in nationalism, nationalism about. Our women have been doing great things before. Our subjugate and even before the advent of Christianity or Islam. Àwọn obìnrin wa nínú ẹgbẹ́ awo gan nàgà fún àwọn obìnrin ń bẹ ní lady ni o, láwọn olóró ni o, ní ìyá gan ni o, nígbàlẹ̀ ni o, ní ààfin gan báwọn ìyálóde ṣe wà, ìyálọ́jà wà lọ́jà, olórí gan nípa tó ń kó because olórí ní access ọba. So I was saying, like in Lagos Island, we had a Erelu. Erelu is the regent, but èèyàn ló ń jẹ́ Erelu because ọmọ ọba ni. So tó bàbá papòdà, Erelu, which is the Erelu Dosunmu Fernandez yìí ń sìn, she will be lórí àpèrè yẹn títí tó máa fi yan ọba mi because àpèrè ò ní ṣòfò. So we've not subjugate our women, and this patriarchy thing àwa ò ń ṣe. Torí ẹ̀ lẹ ṣe máa rí pé tó bá jóbìnrin ní olórí ilé yín, ọmọ bàbá yín obìnrin ló kọ́kọ́ bí, ẹ máa ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ńlé. Ogún tó bá pín fún ọmọkùnrin ló máa pín fún ọmọ obìnrin. Àwa ò ní pé káwọn ọmọ obìnrin wa máa ní nǹkan kan. So à ń ṣẹgbẹ́, and when people come and be like, a gbọ́dọ̀ gbàgbé àná àwọn bàbá wa, gbogbo iṣẹ́ tó ṣe ká lè dọ́gba. It's wrong. You want to erase your then. If you want me to forget my past for us to be at par, it's never going to work. And I wrote there like, it is what it is. Like all human beings did one way or the other, did slavery. And like I said, if not for like the industrial revolution, we have technology. Talo fẹ́ ru gbogbo ko bóyá monoko bí 2, 3, 4, 5 acres mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ yàwó jọ. Àwọn ẹrú náà lè àbí àwọn alágbàro àbí wọ̀fà ló máa ṣe. Kátẹ̀wá náà ṣẹ̀rú mọ́ àwọn kan máa wá yáwó tó máa fi sin gbà. Kíni yàtọ̀ wọn yẹn náà pẹ̀lú kíni. So that's just the way it is, but àdúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run ṣá. Sí lóko ẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ̀ yẹn ò ní pé bóyá dáadáa táwọn èèyàn wá ṣe a máa gbàgbé ẹ̀. Like ta ni ò ní blemish nínú. Like I said earlier, Jésù gan wọ temple ó ráwọn èèyàn tó ń tajà tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ó dára nǹkan tó ń tànù pé ilé bàbá mi ò ń ṣe ọjà. Káwọn èèyàn wá dọ̀rọ̀ àdé Jésù yẹn ó bínú ó lọ dájà nù. Ẹ understand nǹkan tí mo sọ, like ta lẹ fẹ́ fọwọ́ kàn láyé yìí tí ò ní àbàwọ́n lára. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bíbà iná l'America for some time that the civil war among the Americans, but at a point I want to put a stop to it. I think it's a dogmatic stage of some kind of thoughts. When they find new ideas, you just be like, oh, mo ti ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ àbí mò ń ṣe Muslim tẹ́lẹ̀ wá lọ gba ẹ̀sìn kan wà kàn ní agbógbó nǹkan yẹn náà ẹ dàrú. It's just that same thought that comes to people's mind because they find a new ideology and feel like everything they've done behind has to be thrown away. Like I said, it is our past and we have to embrace it to like walk into the future. Bàbá wa ṣe láyé gbà yẹn táwọn èèyàn wọ́n ń sún àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ń gún wọn wọ́n ń ṣá wọ́n ń ta ọfà fún wọn kò tẹ́ ṣe bóyá táwọn Amẹ́ríkà ń ju àdó bọ́lẹ̀ látòkè yìí wọ́n ń súnyàn lójú kòkòrò kí ló fẹ́ wà bàbáríkì jù yẹn lọ. Wo like àwọn ṣáà been doing same thing Hiroshima Nagasaki títí dìsìnyìn Iran mọ gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n yìí ń ṣe náà wọ́n dẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn wọ́n dẹ̀ máa sọ fún mi pé bó ṣe dá nìyẹn. So I feel like I need that enlighten our young people for them to know that nǹkan bí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá ó lè má gba ìmọ́lẹ̀ ni kò wá mí pé àná yẹn ò dáa. Thank you so much, Prof. Ẹ ṣé o.
Thank you very much, sir, for that submission. And Siggy on TikTok says, but what happened after those statues were destroyed? Government jailed most responsible afterwards. I mean, I think the understanding is just that, we can talk about the past and also give grace to our elders. It's different from having wicked people. For instance, Leopold was wicked. People to see him as wicked, but based on objective reality, especially from the Congolese perspective, was a wicked person. Wickedness can come up by anyhow. You have to see slavery as a system which was present in different parts of the world. So we have to be careful not to have people say things like, and the person who said that thing was never Yoruba. The person who said, oh, why do Yoruba people, why do people have statues and squares named after Tinubu because she sold slaves? I'm like, so what should we do? If we get to it, we'll have nobody in our past that we can look up to if we are looking for perfect ones. Again, people make mistakes and it's not from being wicked. I don't know how else to say it to balance it, but I hope you get the point. All right, we're going to have Jakesman, and then I'll read a few more things before we go to this conversation. Hello, Jakesman.
Hello, Prof. Good evening, sir. I'm sorry I'm here to complain, so I may have a different opinion. But before I start my complaint, I will say two things as a Yoruba man first. One is low gidigbo. Ọlọ́gbọ́n ló lè gbọ́, ọmọràn ló dẹ̀ máa mọ̀, ọlọ́gbọ́n ló lè yé sọ̀rí, ọmọràn ló máa mọ̀. Nígbà tí mọ́ẹ́mọ́ tí wá dẹ̀ ti ń ṣe oge ìhòhò làkàrà wọn wà gidigbe. So I will now go to my complaint. You see, maybe you realize that I think like the people from the southeast, that's why you're marginalizing me. You've been marginalizing me and I've been complaining. You marginalize me in everything. When I comment, you don't react. When I greet you, you don't answer. You see, we are the only tribe that we will have our palace in the southeast. But, we will have our kingdom in the southeast. But our palace will be in South Africa. And you people, Yoruba, will not stop marginalizing us and giving us problem. So I come to complain again as usual because I expect a response when I greet, It's only you people that you don't greet us back because we think like the people from that side. So everything you do something against us and I don't like it. That's why I've come to complain, pros. I greet you, you don't answer. I don't think it is right. Thank you. I can't keep it. I have to complain it. I have to say it out. You know, I have to say my mind. That's why. So unfortunately, I know that President Tinubu have to do his 8 years because I believe he's doing a very great job. He's doing a great job. Now we have very standard airports. We've been behind for too long. I'm glad that now we have an airport where we can arrive and say, oh, this is our airport. Not the one we see the cable all over the place. When the other president, the previous president were there, they saw those mess, very disgraceful. They didn't do nothing about it. Now today we have standard airports, and I cannot pretend as if I cannot see that. Now we're having, you know, super highways. We're having a lot of developments.
Please, are you speaking now as a Nigerian or as somebody who is still accusing me?
No, now I'm not speaking as a Nigerian. I'm not speaking as a Nigerian.
Let's do the first part you did. I apologize. I apologize for not greeting you every time you come in. Thank you very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night. Take this one as like everything I've not greeted you since. I'm greeting you in arrears. And let me also greet you in advance. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You know, in advance.
Thank you.
Now you can now speak about the Nigerian part. Thank you very much from South Africa.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I appreciate that. I truly appreciate, you know, for once the Yoruba people, they did it right. Yeah, you did it right for apologizing. Thank you so much. So as a Nigerian now, I see a lot of changes. Things are hard, yes. But, you know, when things have been bad, things that have been destroyed, to build them back will take time. A lot of our people cannot understand that. I don't know, maybe a lot of our people are expecting magic. I know it's painful. I speak to my own family members. I know a lot of them that complain to me. And I can understand. And I always tell them, listen, things have been destroyed for too long. When they remove the oil fuel subsidy, they remove a lot of all these subsidies, you expect things to go, you know, high, and then it will come down by time. Every one of these politicians did agree that that was unsustainable. The way we were going before, it was too. We can't continue like that. It was unsustainable. This, you know, all these subsidies and the rest, they were unsustainable. Now things are being corrected. Am I still 100%? Not even 85, 90%. I would say 75 to 80% satisfied. I'm not 100% satisfied with the government. They can still do better. I agree with that. I believe that. But with the way we are going through the right direction, and everybody should support them. Okay, then we can now say, oh, we want more. We want this to be done better. But the politics some of our people are playing is politics of tribalism. So if you want to go tribal, we don't Sabian too. We are no more ignorant of our past. So, Ejiki Masoroju, come Mr. Adamorisha, come along arrest me at the end of the day. Come along, ba mi muleyin, come afegba simindi. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Esho. I really appreciate your submission. Thank you for what you said as somebody from South Africa and Southeast, and also as someone who is Nigerian. I really appreciate your submission. I don't want to say anything anymore because I just find myself laughing. Let's have TEA. Good evening, TEA. Hello? Hello, TEA, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Olùkọ́ Ẹkúwájú.
Ẹkáàbọ. Ẹkọjọ́ mẹ́ta.
Ìjọ kan pẹ̀lú. Mo rò pé ẹran tí mi ṣàbí ẹ̀ Lakísànyà náà ni o.
Mo rántí yín. Tí má ti rí mo ti rí fọ́tò ọmọ ọ̀pẹ́ yìí ni. Ṣé wà?
Ọ̀rọ̀ Ẹkúwájú. Adúgbò fọlọ́.
Ẹ change orúkọ àbí?
Ilé mo change orúkọ sí TEA nìkan bàbá mi ti wọ́n nù mí ti pẹ́ pé kí n tẹ̀lé tún ẹni fẹ́ ni Lakísànyà. but in any case ọ̀rọ̀ jọ mi so mo fẹ́ chip in tí mo really feel pé ó really worry àwọn èèyàn ni pé à ń suffer from this thing tó ń pè ní presentism à ń fojú ẹni wo àná so àwọn fojú ẹni wo àná a fi pé bí nǹkan ṣe rí nsìn ló ṣe rí láyé gbà yẹn so àwọn èèyàn díẹ̀díẹ̀ lórí líyè pé bí nǹkan ṣe rí rè ń gbà yẹn o so nǹkan tó gbà aṣọ gbà yẹn náà ló ń dá fún nǹkan tó gbà náà ló ń fi ń yọ tíra wọn because kò sí industrial mechanism so ohun tó gbà náà nìyẹn àti pé another thing tó tún wá really jẹ́ kí kíní ẹ̀ wọ̀ sí ni pé the story of most story of slavery to survive will be the American slavery so nǹkan tó máa ń wá sí everybody lójú nìyẹn tó bá ń rántí slavery pé àwọn èèyàn múyàn lẹ́rú ó ṣe báyìí fún wọn ṣe báyìí fún wọn ṣe báyìí fún wọn so other slavery tó happen at the other side of the world bí àwọn European bó ṣe múra wọn lẹ́rú ọmọ má jẹ́ Hollywood wọn portray ẹ̀ mọ́ so anybody bá sọ̀rọ̀ slavery the only picture tó máa come to your face ni black man so and I think they actually did a very good job lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yẹn the only thing tó máa come sí ẹ lọ́kàn ni pé black man ni so kò sẹ́ni tó máa rán ẹ létí pé even the word slavery come from the word Slav ngbà táwọn Ottoman Empire mú àwọn ará bíi lẹ́rú steady ó ṣe sọ fọ́ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan pé you have to dig deep kó tó rí story gbogbo àwọn ará bíi present day àwọn tó ń gbé nínú present day London Bradford nǹkan kan bọ́n ṣe lọ́mọ àwọn ará Wales lẹ́rú steady ó máa dig deep kó tó rí ni tó bá lọ bí àwọn ará Irish àtàwọn ará Scotland pé kí lè tẹ̀ like àwọn ará England pé àwọn people yìí ṣá ìdá fún wa wọ́n mú wa lẹ́rú steady wọ́n tà wá fún àwọn Scandinavian steady ó máa dig deep ní kó tó rí nǹkan táwọn àwọn Nordic people tó wá ń ṣe fún àwọn ará France tó wá ń ṣe fún àwọn ará French ní gbogbo 11-12 àbí tó bá sọ fún àyànṣin pé àwọn ará Sweden wọ́n á mú ará England lẹ́rú wọn ni ṣòótọ́ ni yes àwọn ará Norway ọ̀nà ó ń ṣe fún àwọn steady so mo fi pé nítorí àwọn èèyàn really understand context yẹn pé look tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ slavery gbà I mean and we can always tell even àwa Yorùbá a máa rí pé bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹrú kọ́ làwọn people yìí náà ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹrú because a máa ń dúró pé ọ̀nà ló jìn ẹrú ní bàbá because a mọ̀ pé okay ó kọ̀ one position yẹn lé ní ni o kò kí ń ṣe default nìyẹn in fact ọ̀rọ̀ bá kàn rọ̀gbọ̀n wá ti sọ pé ẹni sùúrù torí bá ṣe bẹ́rù kọ́ o láti bọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀yìn àgbà ẹ má tó bí òwe àdúrà lẹ́yìn sọ so nǹkan tí mo tún fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn tún really understand nìyẹn láàrin yẹn pé kọ́ má fojú ẹ̀ ní wo àná nǹkan yẹn popular lánàá ni bó ṣe ń lò gbà nìyẹn in fact ọjọ́ tí bá rí ìwé yẹn tí bá rórúkọ ẹni yẹn máa mention ẹ̀ fún yín there was even this very popular black man gbà tó gain independence ẹ̀ ní Alabama first thing tó ṣe òun náà lọ rẹ̀ ẹrú ni láti lòun plantation ẹ̀ wọ́n ní bàbá yẹn tún wà so vicious débi pé àwọn òyìnbó mi ṣe tí wọ́n ń kọ́ṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé ìwọ tún kí o ìwọ tún burú yàtọ̀ o so màá submit báyìí so olùkọ́ ẹ kú wájú so káwọn èèyàn kọ́ really understand pé kò popular mọ́lẹ̀ ní bọ́ ṣe nílò gbà lánàá nìyẹn and it's just normal.
Ẹ ṣeun. Sorry, I was looking at Sultan. Mr. Tungu says, if I'm able to summarize in English, I've forgotten my Yoruba lessons from 1962. Sorry, sir. For you, I will summarize everything. So here's the point. The idea basically is that we shouldn't judge the past based on today's reality. When it comes to slavery, for the most part, we assume that slavery is synonymous with blacks. And you see it in most of our conversations when we talk about slavery, people like, oh, the whites took blacks and they took us as slaves. Blacks took whites as slaves. Or at least let me use the word Africans enslaved Europeans. Arabs enslaved Europeans and Africans. Europeans enslaved Europeans and Africans. So the idea that it was just European versus African is warped, and I think it's actually a product of Hollywood, just like T.A. said. The idea that it was white people that took black, and that's all. There is a lot more to slavery. Asians enslaved Asians. Japanese enslaved the Koreans. The only difference between them, so what you notice is that in our culture, Africans also enslaved Africans. Let me even say it all over again. Africans enslaved Africans, Africans enslaved Europeans. Europeans enslaved Europeans, Europeans enslaved Africans. Arabs enslaved Arabs, Europeans, and Africans. Asians enslaved Asians. So it's not a thing of Europeans versus Africa. So it makes it look as if it's white versus black. The truth of the matter is that it's more complex than that. Even amongst the whites themselves, they enslaved themselves. But we tend to look at things just from the perspective of see what they do to us. And I think when you even look at your own history and you see what happened within your own space, you're like, wait, this thing it's not, you can say it's not good, but it's not like it's something exclusive to one group and say, oh, let's just curse them out over that. So when you look at people who sold slaves in the past and people say don't call them heroes, what do you mean don't call them heroes? And then he mentioned, and he's very correct, about the black man who got emancipated in the US and then went into, he had a plantation, so he went ahead and got slaves to work on his plantation. Because that's machinery at the time. As crude as that may sound, we can speak English like this because of Industrial Revolution. We now have machines to do the work. Before machines, humans had to do it. And the more slaves you had, the more output. Again, it may sound a bit offensive, especially if you're Black American, and I get it, and you're right to feel somehow about it. But it's important to put it in perspective. So if the difference, like I wanted to say, with what you see in America and what you see in other parts of the world is that it's difficult to have assimilation primarily because of phenotype. The Koreans mixing with the Japanese, you won't know the difference that much if you're an outsider. There are families in Yoruba land that got into some of our towns as slaves. In some cases, we know them. But you see, the difference between Yoruba slavery or slavery in Yoruba land and other places is our philosophy. It was not a perfect system, to be clear. I'm not saying that it was, roses and petals. I'm saying you have certain words that tell you exactly what we think of slaves. So, for instance, we have words, statements like Onoloji, Eruni Baba, which means that no matter how far away, the person you're looking at is a slave, but no matter how far away they are from home, they still have parents. In other words, just like you, they have those who are family to them as well. So you can't just treat them like nothing. They also say Ibiojubi, Basheberu Labomo. When it comes to birth, there's no superiority. Everybody is born the same way. So Ibiojubi, Basheberu Labomo. There's also the one that says there's a the idea basically is that somebody of low estate, including a slave, can become a king. And I have examples in Yoruba where, in fact, I have examples that I cannot mention in public, primarily because of the way people understand history on social media. There are examples, powerful people whose mothers were slaves in Yoruba land, but it didn't matter. And the reason is because in Yoruba land, there's something called upward social mobility. Even if you got into the society as a slave, you could move up the ladder. In some other people's spaces, you are forever condemned to being a slave generationally. Even within Nigeria, there are societies like that, where a person who was a slave is forever a slave. It's just so interesting that it's people from those spaces are the ones who want to teach us about civilization as Yoruba people. That's an insult. Just that we're all in Nigeria, so we can all smile and be happy about it. It is well. Kubulai Khan. That sounds like Arabic. All right, I think there's one more person wanted to speak. Ombo, let's bring those people up, that person up, and then we can call it a day on this matter. Then we can now read what I wanted us to read. Okay, it's let me also not say that I am I'm a bad person, though. Oh, Genghis Khan. Oh. The way you wrote it, Kubulai.
The activity of marginalization.
Abi. Thank you, Diaspora Travel and Tour. That's I like the fact that you put your business as your username. Smart. All right, Remy guy. Ẹkáàlẹ́. Bro, Ẹkáàbọ tí àti bọ̀dá wa ká tó lọ sí inú ìwé. Ṣé wà?
Ẹkáàlẹ́ o. Ìjà lè gbé wa o. Ìjà mo gbé wa. It's the only topic, and like with the slave thing and not slave things, I guess we Yoruba should just learn to be unapologetic about our past. Because, I mean, you see, like if the Americans or white America cannot always, if they don't come out every day to apologize about what they did in the past is the past, it's happened. So let's move ahead, and you see the Jews, they even without of their suffering, they made, how will I say it, won't make a profit out of this thing, because they put it out in your face. You did this to us, you did it to us, we suffered, and everything. Every day, every year, woman commemorate gbogbo àwọn dates, gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀, So there's two sides to this thing. Don't let's dwell on it too much, and don't let us make apologies for what has happened. It has happened. Kako move on. Okay, what happened, and that's part of our history. So how other people tend to judge it and see it, that's their own wahala. We Yoruba should just stop making making apologies or feeling like we have to explain things, especially to people are even and number two, these people, I still insist on it until this is our house. Here we stand on business. We have to, we look at all this, a 10-year-old guy saying rubbish out there. I've seen the video before. And you say today now, I wanted to send you some clips of these people, they will never stop. In South Africa, it's the same thing. One of them, he woke up at 6 a.m. in the morning, one shanty town. He said, the landlord is here to collect rent and everything. The South Africans have deported him immediately. They've got him and
they've deported him
back to Nigeria. Of course, now
they've deported him. Oh, that's cool.
Him. He went into hiding. Emma would look at that kind of situation. You wake up. These people don't have respect for anything for their host communities. These idiots, they left Nigeria with bedroom slippers and everything to South Africa. They didn't go to invest in South Africa. Whatever they made it in South Africa there. That's one thing I don't understand. If these people are Bill Gates now that will come to your place with billions to invest, I did understand all this, that denigration they do about on their host communities all over the world. And I keep blaming we Yorubas. We Yorubas were the ones that fucked up. Because if we had dealt with these people at the right time, if we had not taken them back after the civil war, if we had put them in their place and they remained in their evil forest there, they would not have the mouth to go all over Africa to start disturbing the peace of every other nation. Not only in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere. And when are they the only people in this, those flat-head half-breed monkeys? Are they the only ones? No, Professor. Professor. I'm sorry, I take it back. I know you are a centrist. Middle left
no, striker in me. I think midfield.
She's striker lọ tún pè yín sí ní àbí middle leftist.
Gbogbo ẹni àti striker àti midfield àti middle belt.
I'm sorry, I take that back. Your platform. But these people,
no. Kẹ́má lọ tẹ́tẹ́ tí ń bínú bẹ́yẹn kẹ́má lọ sọ mí. No, kò sí wàhálà o.
It's really so annoying, Every day, same story. You just open the internet, just eat what to do, want to do that wàhálà somewhere else. Only them. Our Yoruba de la fuck up. To party treat, treat one by this rubbish will not be happening, and we are still going to do it. And I wrote it somewhere. The trigger will be after the election. Toba lose one magia, Boba win one magia. So, go see it on law. I'm weary. I should go, Professor. Sorry. Thank you, sir.
Sometimes I got it down well. Toba we no ma jia. Toba lose what ma jia. By the way, just so you understand how serious this thing is, I want to play you something from Port Harcourt after the war, and I'll play you something from Lagos. I've done this before. I'll play you what the folks in Port Harcourt said and what folks in Lagos said in 1970 after the war, and then you can maybe that will help us understand what Mr. Remy is trying to say. Please take a listen to this. Sorry guys. Me will connect. Move.
Asked some Rivers men what they thought of the Igbos.
Igbos, though we are all one Nigeria, but they misbehave themselves, and we feel at the moment, at this time, they should remain in their East Central state.
You don't think there is a place for them to work down here now?
At the moment, I don't think so.
Do you think it will come in the future?
That future can tell.
But not now?
Not now.
The federal government has many times said that Igbos will live with their compatriots again in peace and prosperity. But whatever General Gowon may say about reconciliation in faraway Lagos, it's not happening here in the Rivers State.
So you hear that? They're saying they should not come back, they should stay in their East Central state. These are people in River State. I don't want to finish everything. They also came with their own story, but people in River State are saying they're not coming back. Let me play you what your elder said in 1970. Take a listen to this.
Can you accept that the Igbos will be your brothers after this war?
Of course, really. We like them. They are still Nigerians. We want them. That's why we are fighting for unity.
Do you think they will like you so much, though, after all this?
I mean, I can say that we know that we like them.
But do you feel it will be easy to integrate them in Nigeria now?
Well, they are already Nigerians. What? They are already Nigerians. We never dispute them.
Well, they disputed it, though, didn't they?
No, they didn't dispute.
Well, they misled. Well, they set up a country of their own, called it Biafra.
They were misled, not that they did.
Oh, they were misled.
They were misled, and they've now seen the light.
Do you feel that the
Prof, that white man was a prophet. That white man was a prophet. He saw the future. Ori, our Yoruba Lari, our fathers didn't see it.
So I guess the Rivers, on this matter, folks in River States were better. They and to be honest, our experiences were, what they experienced at the hands of the Igbos, you have to think what our experience. They were killed and maimed by Igbos during the war. They were even made to eat the flesh, their own flesh. The Igbos also, again, so this is a bit gory. You have a case where people are killed and then they're also serving their meat they're selling their flesh as meat in a restaurant, which is crazy. So nobody from that place will want to have them back. Our own experience basically is that, see these people that they had suffered, let's bring them home, let's come, because you also know that there's nothing back home like that. So Yoruba folks felt like, let them come back, let's reintegrate and do something. We are the ones that have been insulted now. Maybe our fathers should have. I'm glad they did what they did, but hindsight is 2020, and it just seemed to me that what happened in the past may happen again, because the events that led to the killings and everything, those things are also happening. People are insulting folks, and the stupid part is that you are not even at home. It will make it's not sensible though, but at least it will make more sense if you were insulting people from home. You are in other people's spaces and insulting them in their own spaces. You know if you know their house reach them now. But I'm sure people have different ways of learning, and hopefully they're going to learn at some point. Let me thank those who came up to be part of this conversation. Mr. Remy, TEA, Jakesman, and Adamu Orisha. Thank you very much. Now let's read. So I'm going to take folks down so that we can get started with the book. Well, it's not a book actually. It's a speech that I think will help us understand Nigeria's history even better. If you're on TikTok, thank you very much for getting us to 142k likes. Thank you so much. But please don't stop our tapping. Give gifts. And thank you. I saw some people giving gifts to our speakers earlier. Thank you very much for your generosity. All right. So today, bang, bang, tomorrow, no more. Ẹkáàbọ kan táwọn èèyàn kọ sí comment section ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kàwé yìí tó dájú sí kàwé ìsinmi ilé ìka nǹkan tẹ́yàn kọ yìí mọ́. Jakesman says thanks for allowing me on your platform. Even though you say I was bigoted towards you, I was marginalizing you. God forgive you, Sha. Mr. Latunji says the old Western region was empty and quiet in 1967 when Igbo went back to the east. It was also quiet in 1993 when they went back. It's quite interesting how people usually, if there's something my mentor always says. My mentor is I would like to say he's an old man because I want to always see him as young, but he's Agbalagba, he's in the 70s. He used to say that if you ever have to say you are going home outside the Southwest, you cannot call yourself part of the people in the Southwest. And it's true. If they say a place you call home, you know there are people that if they want to have weddings, they will go home. There are Yoruba people that don't have a wedding. Èkó gangan kọ́ ní ìlú bàbá ọkọ àbí bàbá ìyàwó ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n á ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ilé wọn wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, family house wọn wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, although hometown wọn wà níbòmí, wọ́n pọ̀ bọ̀. Hometown wọn wà níbòmí, but family house wọn wà ní Ìbàdàn, àbò wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, àbò wà ní Òṣogbo. But if you have to do things and you're saying you are going home, you are not from the place you are shouting about. I think it's important that people actually get that. So yes, you're right about that. Let's get into some of the comments here. I hope the noise is not too much. I apologize. It's going to stop soon. So Omotayo Ayola on Facebook says Igbos don't dare call out Hausa people the way they are doing to Yoruba people because they know the consequences. Yes. 1 second. One second, please. All right. Yeah, so they're not going to do that because of what happened. And I think we've read it here before, but just in case you haven't heard about it, I'm sure you've heard about it. What happened in the North in May of 66? What happened in the North in 66? People got tired of Igbo taunting. I mean, Igbos taunting them in their own land. It went on for about 4 months. And they got fed up with it and they dealt with them mercilessly. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was terrible. Everybody will be alright. Someone says they did call the Hausa out during Buhari era, but not to this extent. So 2 things here. Number 1 is that yes, they called him out. And like you said, not to this extent. Number 2, also because of the number of people using social media. And I don't think that the level, if they did to Hausa what they are doing right now, I don't think many people will be in the North who are Igbos by now. But wait though, why would you insult your hosts to the point where they will eject you? It is well. White Kubo says the Yorubas after the Biafran War thought they were dealing with the Kiriji Peace Treaty. They didn't realize that those at Kiriji had more Moluabi ethics. I agree. And Sholaye on YouTube says, yes, they can't try all those nonsense in the North or with the Northerners. All right. May God have mercy on all of us. May all people learn and may people evolve so that. And the reason you cannot evolve, let me not say it. May people evolve in Jesus' name. Let's stay with the prayer, not say why it will not happen. Hopefully it will happen. This thing I'm about to read is a speech. It was a meeting actually, but there was a speech that was delivered at that meeting. The meeting held at Chatham House in 1955, and the subject of the conversation was the Federation of Nigeria, and the person speaking, whose speech I'm going to be reading, is Sir John Macpherson. Why do we need to listen to this? Because he was Governor General of Nigeria from 1948 to 1954, and during this meeting in 55, he had some things to say about the three regions in Nigeria at the time. We already had three federating units. We had the North, we had the West, and we had the East. And sometimes you want to understand how things came to be. It's important to also look through the eyes of those who were participants in the making of history. So this happened in 55. Again, it's titled The Federation of Nigeria, speech by John Macpherson. From the figures I have given you of Syrians, Lebanese and Indians, you will see that there is no immigration problem in Nigeria, and there is no land ownership problem, because from the very beginning of the British administration, the land was kept for the people, mainly under communal ownership. So we see that Nigeria is an African country, a black country, and cannot be anything else. The people of Nigeria aspire to become a self-governing African country within the British Empire and Commonwealth. 1 second, please. I'll take it again, please. I have to start all over again. Danon. It says, from the figures I have given you, again, this is Sir John Macpherson, 1955, Chatham House, Antigua, Nigeria. From the figures I have given you of Syrians, Lebanese, and Indians, you will see that there is no immigration problem in Nigeria, and there is no land ownership problem, because from the very beginning of the British administration, the land was kept for the people, mainly under communal ownership. So we see that Nigeria is an African country, a black country, and cannot be anything else. The people of Nigeria aspire to become a self-governing African country within the British Empire and Commonwealth. Not even the most extreme Nigerian nationalists have ever suggested or advocated anything else. Although from time to time a remark is made that that is contingent on a continuance by Britain, by Her Majesty's government, of their present bipartisan policy towards colonial territories such as Nigeria. But although it is virtually an all-African country, there is, as I am sure you know, very great diversity. Diversity of races or tribes, of religion, of languages. There are literally hundreds of languages and no local lingua franca. Although one language, Hausa, will take you over most of the northern region. Diversity of climate and vegetation, from the humid mangrove swamps along the southern coast through rainforest into orchard, bush, or savanna woodland, right up to desert conditions on the edge of the Sahara. Diversity of local law and custom. Diversity, most of all, of stages of development. Ẹkáàbọ. To illustrate that last point, we have, of course, Nigerian ministers of state, including 3 regional premiers. We have chiefs or natural rulers in the north with turbans and flowing robes. In the west with beaded crowns and state umbrellas. We have Nigerian lawyers and doctors, both men and women, and judges, including 1 regional chief justice and 1 federal justice. At the head of the Federal Medical Department is a Nigerian who was until last October Inspector General for the whole of Nigeria, and who for 6 or 7 years had literally hundreds of white doctors working happily and loyally under him. The bulk of the population is provided by the millions of peasant farmers. Industry is coming on in Nigeria, but it is still essentially an agricultural country which not only feeds itself, but sends large quantities of export crops abroad, mainly to this country. For example, it was calculated 2 or 3 years ago that Nigeria sent to the United Kingdom enough edible oils to give every man, woman, and child in this country a cake of soap and a quarter pound of margarine every week. Leaving aside a multitude of other classes at the bottom end of the social development scale, we get very large numbers of sturdy pagans, called pagans because they are neither Muslim nor Christian, many of them unclothed, living in very primitive conditions. Many of them are reluctant to come down from their rock and cactus protected villages in the hills to farm permanently on the lower slopes or the plains because, and they say this quite frankly to the Nigerian ministers, they are afraid that the British might go and then they might again be enslaved by stronger tribes. Well, there is a diversity. Again, I am sure you know Nigeria is made up of 3 regions, the north, the west, and by the way, before I go on, the most important thing to me that, all of this range is that there are different stages of development. The person will colonize you know, say, they are not the same. Yeah, we have languages, we have customs, we have laws and all those things. But one major thing at the core of that thing is the evolution of cultures, the evolution of societies. We are at different stages of development. Some were not even wearing clothes at this time, but let's continue. Again, as I am sure you know, Nigeria is made up of 3 regions, the north, the west, and the east. The quite small federal territory of Lagos and the Cameroons under United Kingdom trusteeship. The north comprises at least 3/4 of the country and more than half the population. At the last count, their population was 17 million. Islam is the dominant religion, and the people of the north have had an effective system of native administration for 150 years or more, under the emirs or chiefs. Now, these chiefs have a very great authority. Despotism has not been unknown. In other words, feudalism. But they are voluntarily relinquishing a great deal of that authority and becoming constitutional rulers, with outer councils built up on the villages and district councils and so on. They are no longer any sole native authorities. The north is backward only in Western education, and that came about because Lord Lugard gave a promise that the religion of the people in the north, Islam, would not be interfered with. Hence, the missions and I'll take that again. The north is backward only in Western education, Western in quote. And that came about because Lord Lugard gave a promise that the religion of the people in the north, Islam, would not be interfered with. Hence, no missions and hence no Western education, or very little, because until recently, the great bulk of the education has been provided by the missions with ever-increasing help from government. Now, the North is desperately anxious to catch up in this matter of Western education. They do not want to be part of a self-governing Nigeria until they have caught up. It is not only that they are afraid that their way of life will be interfered with. Most of them, this text is old book. It is not only that they are afraid that their way of life will be interfered with. Most of all, they fear that the good jobs in medicine, agriculture, engineering, and so on, vacated by British officers, will be taken over by the much more highly educated people from southern Nigeria, to whom I regret to say they are inclined to refer as local expatriates. In the north, the ministers and the chiefs and their people want to retain the British officers they have, and they want to recruit more. Some of you may have seen within the last year a letter sent to the press in this country by the Premier of the North and his fellow ministers, inviting any officers who have had to leave the Sudan to come along and work happily for northern Nigeria. More recently, you may have noticed that of all the governments in Nigeria, it was only the North which accepted the recommendation of the Gosh Salary Commission relating to the payment of children's allowances as well as children's passages to overseas officers. That's about the North. We'll discuss all these things, and you can come up at that time. I want to just read it. You can come up to speak on these things. The West is the wealthiest of the regions, largely because most of the cocoa is grown there. The people have had long connection with Europe and Europeans. They are sophisticated, well off, and comfortable. I am referring more particularly to the Yoruba, who are the main tribe in the West. In recent years, the Yoruba people and other people of the West have been steered out of a certain easygoing lethargy under the leadership of a vigorous group of intellectuals who want them to face the possibility of a challenge from the vigorous people from the eastern region. The East, unlike the other two regions, is not at all feudal. They have chiefs of a sort, but the fact is that when the British administration took over, there was no indigenous authority higher than the head of an extended family or a small clan. In the eastern region, there is pressure of population on poor soils. That's the soil is poor. And the dominant tribe in the east, the Igbos, who are a vigorous, thrustful, pushful people, avid for education, would like to have a Lebensraum. I'll explain, or at least opportunity in other parts of the country. For that reason, I think it can be said in general, they are more keen on a united or unified Nigeria than are the people of the other regions. Well, that is a very sketchy account, but it does show that Nigeria is not homogeneous, and that has a bearing on the recent adoption of a federal type of constitution. Nigeria is in fact a British creation. It has been called an arbitrary block of Africa, or a geographical expression, quoting Papa in his book in 1947, as a unifying and welding force of Britain with, I'll take that slowly, as the unifying and welding force of Britain with its wholly beneficent Pax Britannica, there's a danger that old enmities and new jealousies and fears might set in motion a centrifugal force that could wreck the whole structure. With the greatest respect to Mr. Bradley, I do not say that exactly the same position exists in the Gold Coast, but something of the same thing can be seen there as a danger. Empress Wande, God bless you. From my heart, I bless you for muting that irritant. Thank you. Now, we've seen a number of things here. It gives you an idea what Nigeria was like in 1955. And I think it's important for us to interrogate some of these things. Let's start with the North. I'm going to read a book by Papa. Path to Nigerian Freedom. I'll also bring people up. It's not going to be very long, but I just need to say some things and then you can come up and share your thoughts. Number one. Good. So this book was published again in 1947, published by, written by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It says here, I'm trying to provide something to also buttress some of the points that Macpherson made. He made his point in 55. Papa wrote this book in 47. That's 8 years prior. There was a time when the government forbade Christian missionaries. Excuse me. There was a time when government forbade Christian missionaries would hurt the religious susceptibilities of the Muslim North. And it is argued that this might react unfavorably on conduct of political affairs there. In the eyes of the Northerners, those who live in southern Nigeria, unless the Muslims, are styled Kafirs, pagans, or Kafiris, no matter if they are Christians. And because they are Kafiris, they are looked upon with contempt and revulsion. The point I'm trying to make from this page, is that there was a time that the government indeed placed a ban on Christian missionaries from going up north. They did not do that because they loved people. They did that because they were trying not to upset the balance. And it should be said that the balance the North had back in the day, they had primarily because of Islam. In other words, Islam was the tool. I mean, Islam, of course, the religion. A lot of people, are Muslims, even in Yoruba land. But in the North, it was not just a religion. It was the glue that essentially helped them bind society. And so to introduce the missions there, and of course, we know that the primary people that educated Africans or educated Nigerians at the time were missionaries. They were the ones who founded the schools, they were the ones who founded the hospitals and so on and so forth. And so the British said, you can't go north, which meant that Western education did not get there. So the major problem of the North, in fact, two major problems the North had, and you can tell if they still have that problem today. Number one is the structure, the feudal structure, where the classification of the people of society is so profound that you knew exactly where you belonged. Okay, whether an aristocrat or a serf. I've lived, amongst Northerners. I've spent some time in some of their cities, and the middle class. There is middle class now, but I think Northern middle class is perhaps the leanest middle class in Nigerian society, based on my observation. There's a middle class, but you're either very rich or very poor. Okay, and that's why you discover that when you say Nigeria, many people are poor in Nigeria. Majority of them you find in the North, is because of the structure of society. But that structure helped the British, to what's the word now? They helped the British to govern that space so much and then created indirect rule system based on the success they've had amongst the Northerners. So essentially, they had a problem with the feudal structure, and then they have a problem with Western education. Very few people were going to school. So what I just read now, when you think again about what the Sardauna said, when people were saying, "Oh, he's a bad man," he's everything. If you compare that with what we just read, you'll be able to appreciate his concerns at the time. And I think at this moment, I want to play that interview that he had the interview in 1964. Again, stay with me. This is not about this people are bad, these people are good. Just to explain the way the societies are structured. And if you look at history from this perspective, you can now understand two things. Number one, you see why the Sardauna said what he said in 64. You also see why a lot of our people are speaking up today. If you put it within historical context, it helps us to appreciate the issue better and to also know how to speak on it and where to hold back and when to actually push. So let's listen to the Sardauna.
Area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, turning from all our learning institutions, coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
Now, I believe that, mean, when I first heard that years ago, I was like, why is he talking like that? What do you mean that they are, ambitious? What's wrong with ambition? There's nothing wrong with that. That's not what we're talking about today, by the way. But he's talking about something which we're going to come back to when we're discussing what Macpherson said about Igbos. That will be later. But let's talk about the one that has to do with the North. He mentioned that when he got there in 1952, they didn't have up to 10 Northerners working in the civil service, which is a fallout of the policy of the British colonial government when they stopped the missionaries from going north. That means that there were not many schools, so many people were not educated. Therefore, you didn't have enough people working in the civil service. And that was the reason for the Northernization policy that they came up with. The Northerners came up with, that make people say things that are tribalistic. They're not tribalistic. They're trying to look out for their own people. They began to send their children to school, and they're like, we're going to have to create a space so that when they're done with school, they have a place to work. And that's what he meant by ensuring that they had the Northerners first. And you have to be a selfish to think there's a problem. Okay, and that's that about the North. So basically, the two things that I got from this speech about the North is the fact that there's feudal system, and they also lacked Western education. We can go deep into that some other time. With the Yoruba people, I think it's a bit straightforward. It said here. In fact, let me finish up with the North. Let me just read a bit of it. It says here that the North is backward only in Western education, and that came about because Lord Lugard gave a promise that the religion of the people in the North, Islam, would not be interfered with. Hence, no missions, and hence no Western education, or very little. Because until recently, the great bulk of the education has been provided by the missions, with ever-increasing help from the government. Then down here, he says that they didn't even want to have self-government. By the way, if you also remember the 1953 conference in Lagos, where Chief Attorney Naoro moved the motion for independence in 1956, the ones who said, as soon as practicable, were Northerners. Why? I've had this conversation before. When I was in secondary school, I did government. And when I saw that, everybody's trying to break out and have independence, and you have this group saying there's no exact date. It's not as soon as possible, it's as soon as and it was a problem. But then I also tried to look at things from the northern perspective. The reason was because they did not have enough people to govern their space. They didn't have enough Northerners who were educated enough to fill up the positions in the civil service, so that when the Oyimbos leave, they will be left with what they refer to as local expatriates, who will now fill up their spaces, which was what happened. So maybe, to be fair, I didn't cause harm, because they didn't want education because they wanted to keep the feudal system, and then later on, when you're going to gain independence, you need educated people to fill those spaces, and you have already done yourself in with your feudal system. So it's neither here nor there. But the point I'm making is that you can understand where they are coming from, okay? And then it says here that they would rather have Europeans working for them and British officers, and they want to recruit more, and even those who left Sudan, they would rather have them in the north and have fellow Nigerians. And the reason, of course, is because if you have fellow Nigerians working in your place, you've seen it. If you have a fellow Nigerian from a particular region working in your place, they think it's their right. If you have them work on contract basis, then it's a lot easier. All of this to say that there's wisdom in what Sadauna said, even though I don't agree with all this political whatever, but on this matter, he knew what he was talking about. But let's move to the West now. Macpherson said the West is the wealthiest of the regions, largely because most of the cocoa is grown there, The people have had long connection with Europe and Europeans. One second now. I want to just read something here before we go on. Ẹkáàbọ says, was Sardauna also imposing the feudal system on the Middle Belt at that time as well? So let's put it this way, and let's try and put it in perspective. It wasn't that he was imposing feudal system on anybody. It was that he was running the government as though it was an extension of feudal system. So because he was the premier of the north, he ran the government the way you would run. I mean, it's, see, whatever we do it based on our cultural reality for the most part. That was his reality. He was a prince, he was a Fulani prince. Okay? Grandson of Sultan Bello, direct descendant of Osman Danfodio. It made sense for him to run that place. Someone says there's no audio on YouTube. 1 second, please. Excuse me, please. I hope it's better now. But please let me know. But are you? It's better now. It looks like it's only me that's having that issue. But let me know if it's better. Thank you. All right, back to what I was saying. To answer Ẹkáàbọ. So what was I saying? Yeah. So the issue with the Middle Belt really is not so much feudalism as it is refusal to have them have their own region. In other words, the real issue, because when Northerners went to school, the people in the Middle Belt also went to school now. A lot of them also worked in the civil service. A lot of folks from the Middle Belt also joined the Nigerian army as Northerners. So it wasn't like the real issue, in my opinion, as studying, the issue of that period, the real issue that the Middle Belt had was that, number one, they were not the majority group. Power was domiciled in a particular ethnicity, not Hausa, who was Fulani, because again, it was an extension of the feudal system. So the Middle Belt wanted to have their own region, just like the Sierra wanted to have their own region in the east, and the Midwest wanted to have their region in the west, but they were denied, and that's the major issue with them. Okay, but I don't want to change the topic on Middle Belt. All right, with the Western region, it says the West is the wealthiest of the regions, largely because most of the cocoa is grown there. The people have had long connection with Europe and Europeans. They are sophisticated, well off, and comfortable. When was this? 1955. They didn't have to move around. I mean, they moved. They wanted to move, but they were comfortable. They were good. They were okay. They were fine. They were nice. They were rich. And then it says here, they are sophisticated, well-off, and comfortable. And I am referring more particularly to the Yorubas, who are the main tribe in the West. In recent years, the Yoruba people and other people of the West have been steered out of a certain easy-going lethargy under the leadership of a vigorous group of intellectuals who want them to face the possibility of a challenge from the vigorous people from the Eastern region. I mean, I could just celebrate the fact that they said we're wealthy. Hey, we are good. Thank you very much on YouTube, Whitey Kubo, your might. Thank you. I can say, hey, they said we are wealthy. They said we are, and that's good, by the way. We're comfortable. We're not. There was plenty. There was abundance, and there's abundance even now. Thank God. But for us as Yoruba people, that's not that's intellectuals. That's not what to take from this. I think what we should take from this, or we can take that and take something else. We can appreciate the fact that our parents and our forebears were good at home and they had abundance, so they didn't have to move around without need. But the other thing is actually to get us challenged. It says here, that in recent years, the Yoruba people, and this began in 1945 with Egbomo Odùduwà and in 1951 with Action Group. This is 1955. So he's saying in recent years, the Yoruba people and other people of the West have been steered out of a certain easy-going lethargy under the leadership of a vigorous group of intellectuals who want them to face the possibility of a challenge from the vigorous people from the Eastern region. I'm going to get to that now. I think the job of intellectuals for Yoruba people today is exactly what our fathers had to do in the 1950s. Gbogbo komata, that's liturgy. That's like a dialectical attitude. That thing that makes you just feel like nothing. When you have no sense of urgency, there's nothing making you feel like building something in your society. You're just chilling like, it's okay now, go later. Yeah, that's what we're doing on Twitter. That's what we're doing on Twitter. But what we need to do, those of us, we come here every day, we're reading books, we're discussing. We should also take it into, we're doing it online. We should also take it offline, where you can actually steer people. Like somebody said earlier, that they were talking to someone at home about certain things, and they had to tell them about who they were as a person. I think it was a Bumblebee. When they were talking offline with some people, it's important that we don't just chill and say it doesn't really matter. Everybody will be all right. Everybody will not be all right if we don't work towards it. So what the intellectuals did back then was to steer your people and say, there's something you can do. This Nigeria is our own as well. This is what we are supposed to do in our own region. And the primary people that did that were folks in Action Group, especially with the movement that started in 1945 and was established in Lagos in 1947-48. Ife and Lagos 47-48. That's Egbomo Odùduwà. So I believe that we are the ones who have to do the same thing today, where we don't just chill and say let's have party and enjoy, but while we are having parties and enjoying, if you are into that kind of thing, you also don't just then he mentioned that they are steering them to face the possibility of a challenge from the vigorous group from the Eastern region. Who is that vigorous group in 1955? The same ones who were threatening to fight Yoruba people, Yoruba land in 1948, the Igbos. Why did they call them a vigorous group? Is it because they were richer or educated? No. The answer is here. Let me read to you now. The East, unlike the other two regions, is not at all feudal. They have chiefs of a sort, but the fact is that when the British administration took over there was no indigenous authority higher than the head of an extended family or small clan. And that shows in the way they play politics and the way they speak. There is no sophistication, there is no craft, there's no statecraft. We just talk. It is well. When it comes to negotiations and stuff, if you don't vote for Peter B, you are a hater of Nigeria, you are Kiniko. There is no tact. But the good part is that at least they don't have to have a king, so everybody can make their own decisions, and everybody was their boss in a way. In the Eastern region, there is pressure of population on poor soils. What's the source of this reading? I mentioned it earlier. Okay, I didn't mention the source. The Royal Institute of International Affairs. That's the source. Okay. The Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House, 10 St. James's Square, London. Romeo Black says, I thought this is good. Anyway, it says here, there's pressure of population on poor soils. I want to read something very quickly. It's from the Willings Commission report of 1958, and it says something that I think will help us understand this a bit better. It says more than 98 50% of people who inhabit this area, that is the Igbo plateau of the eastern region, are Igbo and speak one language, though of course with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them. By the way, this is 3 years after the speech we were reading. That was 55, this is 58. There are nearly 5 million of them, and they are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and have pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region, in the western region, in the north, and outside Nigeria. Those two words, the soil, the quality of the soil, and the population on one hand, and then vigorous on the other hand. They're not vigorous because it's not vigorous in the same sense as the vigorous on some Yoruba people. It's vigorous in the sense of survival. You are pushing outward towards everywhere. It's vigorous based on survival. So let's go back to the speech by Macpherson. It says, in the eastern region, there is pressure of population on poor soils, and the dominant tribe in the east, the Igbos, who are a vigorous, thrustful, pushful people, avid for education, would like to have a Lebensraum. Now that Oyibo, a Lebensraum is German, by the way. I want to read to you what Lebensraum means so that you understand all this Yoruba people that always shouting unity, unity because you are hearing somebody from the east say it. You don't, with all due respect, you don't know what I'm talking about. Let me read to you what Lebensraum means. Essentially, it's living space in German. Lebensraum, German for living space, is a political concept developed around 1901 by Frederick Ratzel, advocating that a nation needs adequate territory to grow, flourish, and achieve self-sufficiency. It became a central aggressive tenet of Nazi ideology, justifying expansionism, the pursuit of resources, and the colonization of Eastern Europe. Lebensraum. Thank you, Remiga. German. I'll read it again. Lebensraum, German for living space, is a political concept developed around 1901 by Frederick Ratzel, advocating that a nation needs adequate territory to grow. It needs adequate territory to grow, flourish, and achieve self-sufficiency. It became a central aggressive tenet of Nazi ideology, justifying expansionism, the pursuit of resources, and the colonization of Eastern Europe. In other words, you can't really understand that thing without even understanding that. If you want to understand ideology, you need to also understand this concept. When people moved out, that is the reason for indigenous bill. This thing I'm talking about in 1955 is the reason for that indigenous bill that we killed last year. And I cannot promise it's not going to come back. There's need for living spaces. Why? Is it because they are bad? It's not about good or bad. There's a reason for that. The reason is one word: survival. 1 second. The reason is survival. We've read 2 books now. Macpherson said the population has to depend on poor soils. Williams Commission report says there are too. Let me read it. There are too many for the land to support. So it says, let me read it exactly the way they wrote it. It says there are nearly 5 million of them, and there are too many for the soil to support. Therefore, what do you want? Living space. There's something quite interesting in the next thing that Macpherson said. Let me go back to that. It says the dominant tribe in the east, the Igbos, are a vigorous, thrustful, pushful people, avid for education, and would like to have a Lebensraum, or at least opportunity in other parts of the country, For that reason, I think it can be said that in general, they are more keen on a united or unified Nigeria than are the people of the other regions. When you hear, oh, they talked about unity of Nigeria, that's what Majiparam was saying. Who is that? Sorry. Are people having another meeting in the comment section? Everybody will be all right. Where was I? Majiparam, I've quoted that thing a number of times. 20th October 1960, in a publication called The Listener in the UK, Majiparam said that the Igbos are the main force for unity in Nigeria. And I was like, oh, this is good, until I read the next line. It said they need unity. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if you understand what unity actually really means to certain people, you will get caught up in their own definition of that word, not yours. Let's unite. Let's unite for what? The reason is because of the need for resources and land. And it's the same thing that the Nazis did. I didn't say it. It's Macpherson. And we also read about how it started in 1901. And I want to say something without going deep into it. If you study the propaganda tactics of the Eastern region of the Igbos before and during the war, if you want to look for the source of the things they did, you've got to go to Germany. And you'll find the source on both sides. You find it on the German side and on the victim side, the Holocaust. You find they used both tactics. It's quite interesting what they did. And the sad part is that people are still living that life. The beautiful thing for Germans is that they moved past it. The crazy thing for these folks is that it's still there. Number one, you have the master race ideology, the Aryan race. And that they didn't even have to wait for, that came out of Nazi Germany. That was the reason for Azikiwe's speech of 1949. I've been talking about that speech for a bit, and I think I should actually read it. I talked about it yesterday as well, but I didn't really get into it. No, do I have to? I don't have to read. I can quote it. It says, God has specially created, he said, the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead. This was in June of 1949 in Aba. He was talking to Igbo people. This is the same person that tells you that we are one. I was listening to Chief Bode George this morning. Thank God for our law. Thank God for our law. If there was no AG, I shudder at the thought of what Yoruba land would be now. I listened to him, the way he was talking about Zik, I was like, how? Oh, Papa. I was like, they are telling you that we are one. Let me read something to you. Let me read, I'm going to quickly find you that book. Renaissance Africa. This book was published in 1934. Mumbo. Okay, we're just knowing our neighbors. We've talked about the North. We talked about feudalism and the issue with education. Let me read to you what Azikiwe said in 1934. This book is called The Renaissance Africa. This was his first book, published when he was 30 years old. And this is the lamba he gave us till the end of days. It was just lambaing us, right? He will give you lamba, but when they have their own meetings, they now talk about the controversy. But for yoku, lamba bele. Only let the Renaissance African take upon himself the burden of looking at his fellow African as a man. Nothing more, nothing less. Tribal appellations cause tribal idiosyncrasies. These lead ultimately to vanity and superciliousness and disharmony. A regenerated social order must come. Fanti or Ga, Temne or Mende, Yoruba or Igbo, Bantu or Tuareg, Bubi or Hausa, Jollof or Kru, all are Africans, all are human beings. A man's a man for that. We are the same. No ethnicity, no tribal idiosyncrasies, in fact, no tribal appellations. Don't even be calling anybody Yoruba or Igbo or anything. We are the same. And then he said this in June, published first week of July in West African Pilot of 1949, where he said, the God of Africa specially created this one group, but we're not supposed to be Yoruba or Igbo now. We're supposed to be all Africans, all human beings. Why is God specially creating your own ethnicity? Are you the Aryan race? Is there something you didn't tell us when you were, talking to us about the greatness of Africa and Pan-Africanism and all those things? What's changed? Nothing changed. This was the idea from the beginning. I'm going to tell all of you that we are one. I'm going to tell my own people that we are the ones. God of Africa, the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. By the way, if you read Zeke's book, Collected Speeches of Azikiwe, published in 1961, you will not find that speech in that stuff. What I just read now, you will not see it there. They changed it. Let me find it for you. I think I had it open some days ago. You will Shema Arisha Mambo Marka Bibi. You will not find that thing. They've changed it. Between 1949 and 1961, you had 12 years. In those 12 years, they edited the speech that Zeke gave and published in his own newspaper and made it something else. I'll read to you what they said, he said, or what he claimed to have said, even though they did not burn the West African Pilot paper that published the ethnic superiority that they had talked about in 1949. We are going back to Lebensstrom. No, not this one. Not this one. Mbo. Someone said they know what they are doing. Oh, of course they do. Of course. Oh, this is Mbo. I'll find it. I will find it. So the book is a bit bulky, and I didn't bookmark that page. Bumblebee is about tactics in Kenya. Tactics ni. Bumbo. I'm going to read to you what they published in 1961, so that if you go and look for that book, I can assure you, because I have the book, so I'm reading it from the book. If you read that book, this is what you're going to find. Give me a second. Yeah. Fourth paragraph. It would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of their resolute will to live. Since suffering is a label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. You know what? Let me just read it, because I don't even know how to. Mombo. I want to open another book so that I can't jump in any. Mi fẹ́ sọ pé ó ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ ń sìn bọ̀ kò dáa, wọ́n ní ọ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ búburú lẹ́nu abọ́ rẹ̀. Ṣé àwọn kan wá tẹ̀yẹ pé tí bá ṣe pé Jésù tó gbọ́ ọkàn àwa kan là, ó yẹ kó máa jí wọn lóru, kó máa jí òkú wọn, kó máa ṣépè fún wọn. Nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ yóò ṣe sọ léèbó. It's amazing. It's the same people that tell you about how people are bigoted and is tribalistic and so on and so forth. If you listen, you are done for. Give me a second. This is beautiful. Good. So let's read what they published in 61, and then we'll read the original stuff. Then we'll go back to what Macpherson said. Zeke said, it would appear, Zeke edited what he said. So this is not the original statement, just to be clear. So he wrote here, it would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of the resolute will to live. Since suffering is the label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa because they are what? The Messiah. That's our Jesus. Be sacrificed. You are that altruistic? Wonderful. Is it not fortunate that the Igbo are among the few remnants of indigenous African nations who are still not spoliated by the artificial niceties of Western materialism? Is it not historically significant that throughout the glorious history of Africa, the Igbo is one of the select few I apologize. I can't read that to the straight face. I apologize. This guy is rewriting history in real time. I can't believe it. But let me read to you what he wrote. Is it not historically significant that throughout the glorious history of Africa, the Igbo is one of the select few to have escaped the humiliation of a conqueror's sword, or to be a victim of Carthaginian treaty? Search through the records of African history. Go and verify. Search through the records of African history, and you will fail to find an occasion when in any pitched battle, any African nation has either marched across Igbo territory or subjected the Igbo nation to a humiliating conquest. Ha! If Igalas hear this now, what would they now say about life now? If Bini hear this, what they go talk? Hey! Lamba. I like the man has number. Search through. You know when he said go and ask anybody or go and verify. Now what does it tell us with this? Search through the records of African history, and you will fail to find an occasion when in any pitched battle, any African nation has either marched across Igbo territory or subjected the Igbo nation to a humiliating conquest. Ha! You know what? When you say ha, people just be wondering, why am I saying ha? Why am I saying ha? Someone say ha. I'll come back to this, so. But I need you to understand why I'm saying ha. I'll play you something. But I want you to hear it. I don't want to say it. If I say, be like something. But I'm going to Bunkini Waho. Mario. It's on this other device, but I'm going to find it for you guys. Give me a second. Promise you, I'm going to find you that video. You have because if we just continue reading, praise God. God is good though. All we're just trying to do is to know ourselves, and God is good. Take a listen to this Reverend Father. We played one Reverend Father the other day that was talking absolute hogwash. This one is level-headed. Not because he's favoring what I'm saying, no, but because I learned from him. After listening to this man, and I went to read, I'm like, see what we know. So take a listen to this. Mambo.
Many times, Because here in the 17th century, I've told this story many times. Because here that we don't have a historical approach to our problems. In the late 17th century, the Jukun put pressure on the Galas on the northern border and pushed the Igala southwards. And the Ata of Igala, the ruler of Igala, was a very powerful man, and he moved southwards. And when the Ata of Igala moved southwards, he conquered most of northern Igbo land, from Mbaneki Igbo Canal right down to Asaba. And the Ata of Igala used religion as an instrument of colonization. It was religious colonialism. He introduced his priests until about 50 years ago. No bundi gara na batama, mo bundi gara na biechi hatama. Malile don saka uno bondonna. Go and research. Malile shin sakash, none in sakashi gara. Most of them, except Enyangwe Zechitoka Biama, no kukechi Ezecha Biama. Enyangwe Zechitoka na nagoya no tobo, o kukena nagoya ni mulo. Go and research. You are fathers. Mandos all Arabia, Odo by an evil cult. Or Mabe Akatakpa. Okay, all those ones were parts of the 9 royal masquerades of the Ata that he used to enforce discipline and collect taxes. In Nazano Bominal, Amuta. And Alama, the police is now doing the work that Oriopa and Akatakpa we are doing before our Christians. Ata lagde, Burundu Bay lagde, and Nando Chufunanya Ata Egara and the Bay Ndocha. The colonial masters and the Christian missionaries redeemed us from the slavery of the Ata of Egara and his men. But up till now, the royal masquerades that he used to terrorize us are still in Ansoka.
Search through the records of history, search through the records of African history, and you will fail to find an occasion when in any pitched battle, any African nation has either marched across Igbo territory or subjected the Igbo nation to a humiliating conquest. Instead, there is record to show that the martial prowess of the Igbo at all stages of human history has rivaled them not only to survive persecution, but also to adapt themselves to the role thus thrust upon them by history of preserving all that is best and most noble in African culture and tradition. Placed in this high estate, the Igbo cannot shirk the responsibility conferred on it by its manifest destiny. That's from the US. Having undergone a course of suffering, the Igbo must therefore enter into its heritage by asserting its birthright without apologies. I don't want to speak on that Igala thing. I think we've heard enough. You know how you sit down and you create history for yourself? You see people just do it on social media, just sit on we are the clinical. They started it. The young ones you are insulting, they are just carrying on the tradition. We're going to go back to where we started. So he said execution. That's what he now edited here. By the way, someone on YouTube, White Kobo says, why didn't Azikiwe just apologize for what he said instead of editing it? Maybe because he thought that the newspapers that is sold at this time would have been burnt by people. So let me read to you what he said exactly. He did not say God has specially created them to suffer persecution. This is what he actually said. It would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. Now, he also said the martial prowess of the Igbo nation at all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others, I'm wondering who did they conquer? Not only to conquer others, but also to adapt themselves to the role of preserver. The Igbo nation cannot shirk its responsibility. Politically, you have seen with your own eyes how you were disenfranchised by the British. The Igbo nation has never been represented in the Executive Council. Economically, the Igbo nation has labored under onerous taxation measures. That one is also in the other one, in the speech. They didn't remove that one, but they removed two things. Number one, that they were superior to other races. Number two, that they have a responsibility not only to conquer people, that they have a history of not just conquering people, but also preserving. Therefore, they have to preserve the continent. You see, when people form things like this, you now have to go back to where they got it from. It's Nazi ideology. That's why you talk to a person, you've never even said two things. You hear, I am better than you. And there's something I've also noticed from folks who have mixed parentage. And with all due respect, there's nothing wrong with mixed parentage. I believe that if you have parents from different ethnicities, you can have the best of both worlds. It just appears that in certain places, once they marry another, especially if they marry Yoruba people, they will find a way to destroy the Yoruba heritage and elevate their own. And so the child is confused. And so the child uses words like they will use. So you see a child, like a boy, it could be in his 20s, a young man who is talking about somebody is a better Yoruba than the other person. It's not even something that we think of in our own culture, but they've taught them that thing. So he's applying it to his father's people. Is more Yoruba than you. I'm a better Nigerian than you. Those kind of things that you're hearing is coming from somewhere. It's coming from Azikiwe, way back in 49, and you have to trace it all the way back to Germany. That's on one hand, superiority of the race, Aryan race. The second one is back to Macpherson. He talked about living spaces. It says they would like to have Lebensraum, or at least opportunity in other parts of the country. For that reason, I think it can be said in general, they are more keen on a united or unified Nigeria that are the people of the other regions. I was having a conversation with some people some time ago, a particular gentleman, I think it was in the UK, man lives in the UK, and he was saying, you've got to understand, this is 20, whatever it was at the time, we've got to move on, have a united Nigeria, let's build a new identity. When they say things like that, if you are not careful and if you're not very educated in the matters of Nigerian history, you would think that the person is telling you what is good for all of us. It's not true. He's not thinking about you. As a matter of fact, it has nothing to do with you. He's thinking only about what is going to gain, which I say again is the reason for the Indigenous Bill. Indigenous Bill has nothing to offer anybody but folks who have little land. We've read 2 books on that already. Willing submission says the land is too small. The soil is too small to support the people. In other words, there are too many for the soil to support. That's the exact phrase. There are too many for the soil to support. And this man is saying here that the population is so pop. I was listening to it yesterday while I was driving. The population is so pop. There are so many for the land, therefore they have to move out. And when they go out, they see people just chilling in their homes, and they say like, these ones are just lazy. By the way, whenever you hear things like your people are lazy, the person saying it is a person who literally just arrived in your place and discovered that, why are you guys just chilling? I mean, you work, but you are not hustling like fake. just creating things, doing like jama. You know, everybody does this thing. Even in the UK, we do it. I mean, you know that when you go, if you compare yourself with the natives, excuse me, if you compare yourself with the natives in England, you'll be like, honestly, you want chill, right? You can do like 2, 3, 4 jobs. Meanwhile, somebody, I mean, it's bad to be depending on benefits, by the way. But the point is, the person can just stay on one job and they're good. If you think that they are lazy because you are doing like 3, 4 jobs, it's because you are thinking like an outsider. You are thinking like an outsider. Once you get in the mind of Antonile, you will calm down, you will prosper. But that giri that's making you say they're lazy. That's why you notice that you go all over the place. You hear people say things like, people are lazy, Akwa are lazy, Yorubas are lazy, South Africans are lazy, Ghanaians are lazy. How can everybody be lazy? We are the strongest one. Meanwhile, what do you have to show for it? That thing comes from that need, and there's nothing wrong with it. The need to succeed, because you know how, in Yoruba land we say omobile sheri, omoboje filesi lesi. So you have to do what you have to do. But let me also say this: the Yoruba people who also move to the UK or the US, but they don't have that mindset when they travel, because boje filesi, and the whether you also, when you get out there, or you just know how to move around and you are able to, maybe for instance you took, let me even say this, if you take some courses before traveling, things might be a bit easier. Not that it's guaranteed, but it might be a bit easier for you to integrate to the society because you have taken some courses in certain fields before traveling. Some people do that, and I have many examples, especially in the IT field. Even in nursing, I mean, but particularly IT. You take some courses, you travel abroad. The girayema koni po bi pe kilon shele. Meanwhile, the person will say, what can I do to make money? There's nothing wrong with it. The real problem is when that person looks down on the owners of the land and say, all these people don't know anything. We are the ones that are building this. We developed. You will know that that person is crazy. That's what you hear in Nigeria. It's madness. And I have videos, even elders saying we created, this one did not even just say we developed, we created Lagos, we created Abuja, we created Meduguri, we created so and so, we created Port Harcourt, they've created everywhere. That thing that's pushing you, sorry guys, that thing that is pushing you, that's making you go out, is not altruism, it's survival. And is it bad? No. It's not bad. It's what you see in different parts of the world. It's just that you go and start telling people that you are trying to help them. Who, unless you're a missionary, you don't travel to help the people in the country you are going to. You go there to take advantage of the opportunities there. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody does it. Even some whites travel to Nigeria to take advantage of opportunities that we may not even be seeing. But they didn't come here to save us. Anyway. So it says here, we're almost done. They would like to have Leberstrom or at least opportunity in other parts of the country. For that reason, I think it can be said that in general, I want to pause and say something. I saw something that Tidan wrote. There are many people who have mixed heritage as well, who are better. Because it's important to also mention this, and so it doesn't look like we are on one side. Say it like, I have Igbo friends, because it sounds like a white person said they have black friends. I'm trying to use to justify whatever. I don't have to justify anything. Using Igbo friends is unnecessary. But I do have them, and they are good folks. But why don't I mention them? Because number one, I don't want you to think, I don't want to water down what I'm saying by saying that, don't think I'm a bad person. No, I actually have good Igbo friends. Of course I have Igbo friends. Of course I have good people around me who are Igbos. Of course. Of course, there are people who have raised their children and they are able to move around with sense. Of course. But does that change the fact that there was actually a plan to destroy my region by people from that place? And the fact that the idea of Leberstrom still raised its ugly head in the Indigenous Bill of last year. That's why I say this conversation is not about hate. It's not about, I don't like these people. All these people, they are bad. Everybody there is bad. No, they are good people. There are good people everywhere. It's not about the people. It's not about even individuals. It's about a culture. And here's the sad part, which is where I think a lot of people find themselves in this conundrum, because they want to accept what you're saying, but they're like, I'm not like that. The point is, because, and I have to find a way to say this, because the society looked up, and this is the same thing in many cultures, looked up to the educated elites in every society. I mean, let's stay in Nigeria. Majority of societies looked up to educated elites. Okay, the educated elites were the ones they looked up to. But you see, in Yoruba land, we didn't just look up to educated elites. We also have the religious folks. We had the religious elites. We have the traditional elites. We had our own structure and society. So you also have to plug in. Here's the thing. Everything I'm reading right now, and that my person is saying, is not like every Igbo person gathered in one village and said, this is what we're going to do to Nigeria. No. It is that those who were supposed to be the elites of the society had a plan. This is 55. This was 11 years after their plan. Okay? They had a plan, and they had a way they moved, and they influenced the generality of their people, so that when you listen to an average Igbo person speak, he would not have spoken like that in the 1920s. He would not. But he has listened to the educated people who are supposed to know better than him. I'm talking about his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his father. They've heard it over and over again. They have a right to Nigeria. They can move anywhere they like. That thing is coming from, you don't hear it from the TV man. You don't hear it from the Ijo man. You don't hear it from Efik or Ibibio. So what do you think is happening? It's culture. And it was formed by folks who thought that they had seen the world and they wanted to take advantage of other people's spaces. And the way to do it was to preach unity. I want unity. I love the idea of unity. Let's unite. Good people, great nation. But this is not unity. This is, like the article I read earlier, this is the Nazi way of expanding. There's a video somebody played last week. I didn't want to talk about it because it's not directly something that concerns me. But the animal people are very angry. I mean, the ones that shared it, they were very angry. Because the guy was just, 2 videos actually. Who sent those videos to me? There are good people that send videos to me. God bless you. Across all platforms, people send me videos. So I also know waiting to happen outside my space. So thank you very much for informing me and for helping me stay informed. There's this video where someone was saying Anioma must be the 6th state of the Southeast. Is Lebanstrom. Anioma must be the 6th state of the Southeast. It has 6,200 kilometers. The guy was like, wait, we don't even know the size of our land. These guys clearly know that we are 6,200 kilometers square. We didn't even know. They are 6,200 kilometers square. By the time you add them to our region, we'll be big enough. Then we'll have water. Then we'll have oil. Then we'll have allocation. Not one of them. 2 of them were saying the same thing, but neither of them mentioned the people of the land. We've talked about Ijebu State here before. Ife State, Ife Jesha State, Ijebu State, which one? Warri State. We've had conversations about those things like that. You cannot have those conversations without talking about the people of the land. We're talking about, okay, if the Warri does this, if the Ishekiri get this, they'll be able to do this with folks in Elijah. It's like goodwill towards them. No, this is not what this is about. Take them, add them to us, even though they're not in our region, we must do it again, we must take so that we can get, so that we can take, so that we can get. You think it's unity, it's not. I'm going to wrap up with, I've read this thing a number of times, but I will read these things again. I know it. Just know that if you send things like that, you would just kill yourself. Like your days will be short. Because I see it everywhere. I see it on TikTok, I see it on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Death threats. You guys have mine though. You will waste away. People that are sending the threats is what people I'm talking to. And some of them will be talking as if they have power of life and death. The person that is sending you that threat can easily die the night before they come and execute whatever they want to execute. And you can't even execute anything. Just waste away. I don't know why they're always saying that thing. But that's not what I'm saying. I don't hate you. I'm saying that the conversation is primarily to Yoruba people to understand and to Nigerians. Of origin, we have gone beyond the level of, I saw a video, we've gone beyond the level of state of origin. Let's have state of residence. You're a Yoruba person, you are supporting that. You say it means unity because America does something like that. Ha. Listen, what's your benefit when you have state of origin? I said, when you have state of residence, what's the benefit that accrues to you as an individual? Then the person who is pushing it, how's that person, what's the benefit that accrues to them? Forget whether it's good or bad, just ask those questions. What are you going to gain from this thing you're pushing? What am I going to gain from this thing you're pushing? And you know the sad thing, it's very sad. The sad thing is I discovered that he has everything to gain, you have everything to lose. I've never seen anybody that goes to negotiate with that mindset. Winner takes all. And let me tell you what's crazy. If something happens in this state of residence, the person will go back to the state of origin. If also Abiola happens like in 1993, everybody goes back home. Everybody knows where their home is now. They are the one doing good people, great nation. People will rush back home because everybody knows where they are from. And if you're a minority, again, like I always say, minority is not an insult. It's just like the numbers are not as many as the big ethnicities in Nigeria. Your own is even, they'll just move into that place. Before you know it, will be the bigger ones, right, will begin to determine who your king will be in your state, in your town. Because after all, we are all from the same place. We are all indigenous after 10 years. And before you know it, what will I do? I'm just going to, there's a particular thing that came to mind. I'm not going to mention his name because if I do, it's going to take us into something else. It's something that happened in Europe. I just send people to different towns. I just send them, all of us will be indigenous of different places. Then we'll gather in our original hometown to determine what will happen across the country. People are very smart though. But the assumption that all of us are stupid was actually quite funny. I'm going to read. I think you have some people want to come up. You're going to come up very soon. Just let me wrap up. God bless everybody, you know. And by the way, because was chef. It's important to also be. It's important to be mentioning this thing. There's nobody that God has not blessed in this country. The Igbos are blessed though. You know how life is. If you're always thinking about what you don't have, you don't appreciate what you possess. And it's a general rule. God can put something in your hand, and this is personal for all of us. It's a lesson for us. God can put something in your hand that you can use to build others have. You think that's what you need to build, but you don't need that. You need what you have. Just use what you have. You say, where's seaport? Where's access to sea? They hate us. Indigenous bill. I must be an indigenous of another person's land. And I'm saying it because think about the gap between 1955 and 2025. How many years is that? 70 years. And the thing still came back. So if you're one of those people who say, why is he always talking about this thing? Because it doesn't go away. It's an idea. Ideas don't die. Unless, of course, the owner of that idea is able to recreate it. Idea is like energy. It doesn't die. You have to find a way to transform that idea, to reform it, so to speak. But it's the duty of the person who owns that idea. Have you ever thought about why people are still fighting for Biafra? Despite the fact that there was loss in between 67 and 1970. It's an idea. It doesn't die. You're going to have many cannons that will rise in the southeast. Why? There's an idea of Biafra. There's a promise that has not been kept, and they want to be the generation that will keep it. And if it goes on for the next 200 years, they'll keep rising. until people within introspect and say, you know what, let's try and rechannel this energy into something else. That's when they will win. By the way, that's an advice. Free consultation. Can you imagine? Nobody paid for that. I should be charging folks that but really, I'm serious about it though. Ideas don't die. And there's a movie I'm always recommending if you want to know, if you want to really enjoy the idea of ideas and how ideas work. It's a fantastic movie. I don't know if anybody has watched it. I've talked about it several times. I'm sure people here must have seen it. It's a movie by Chris Nolan. It's a movie by Chris Nolan. It's called Inception. It's called Inception. You should watch that movie. It might take you like once. You might have to watch it more than once. I think you will watch it more than once to understand it. You know, somebody told me, I say you have to watch it more than once to get it. The person was like, I watched it only once and I got it. Then I asked, so the man in the final scene, was it dreaming or was he awake? I was like, what are you talking about? Was it dreaming or was he awake? He didn't know. She didn't know. It was a girl. She didn't know. I was like, okay, watch it again. It might take like at least 20. Is just that it tells you how ideas are formed and how ideas don't die. So I'm praying for the Southeast sincerely from my heart that God will raise people in that region that will help them rechannel and repurpose this energy that they have in that region. And I'm praying that prayer because number one, I love everybody. Number two, Sherry, some people, if you don't pray for them, when they get in Kinikon, it will affect you too. See the throngs of people besieging the Southwest. You saw the videos over the weekend, during the week. You saw the videos, buses and buses of people from the Southeast moving into. This one was even Ibadan. There was one in Ibadan. There are videos in different parts of Yoruba land moving in. You'll be like, because it used to be that people are fleeing Boko Haram. They're leaving the north. Now they're moving from the south. So if there is peace at home, they don't have to move that much. If there's abundance at home, and God, there's nothing God cannot do. There are billionaires in the east now and there. So God can bless the land too and let them succeed, so that the pressure on infrastructure is not as much and will not be hearing Lagos is smelly. And by the way, if you're always littering and throwing dirt all around the place, please, public service announcement, stop throwing things around though. It was Ogun State, free spirits, thank you. They're also in Ondo State, they're all over the place. But if God blesses people at home, they won't have to move like that now. And God will bless them. God will bless the governors. They will build great states in Jesus' name. Having prayed that, I don't think I want to read what I'm about to read right now, but it's important to still read it. Majid Param's views, which he wrote in the Listener of 20th October 1960, also provide more background information on the state of affairs before independence. She wrote, beneath this difficult restraint, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, they have had, he talked about striking oil, but the oil is actually in minority area, not in Igbo land. They have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Similar to what you saw in the Willings Commission report, they've had to move out. They are pushful, and they're not pushing out. They're not moving out because they hate anybody or just is because they've got to survive. So you do anything that's possible, which is also why you see all these things going on. By the way, I saw a picture. FCC, FCC, no NDLEA caught one guy. You say AK Ajayi. All of my area. Ajayi ko. Ajayi Kuni. Someone said, can we get the publication? I've already mentioned the publication, so you can Google The Listener. That's the name of the paper. It's a publication. It's called The Listener, published 20th October 1960. And that was what Marjorie Parham wrote in there. if you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Green, Anthony Naro said that the Igbos need Nigeria because it's the only country they have known in this century. They need Nigeria, and they need to be able to trade. Excuse me, I'm paraphrasing, but they need Nigeria in which they need to trade and which they know as their country in this century. No, let me find the book and read it to you. You know why? Because it's not good to misquote or quote out of context. It may not be like say we they make things up. It's not good. Mumbo. Does this reduce any ethnic group at all? The ones I said about the North, does it reduce the North? No. The ones I said about us, like I said, they say we are comfortable, we are rich, we are wealthy. That's good. But they also said that people were getting to a point of just chilling, just happy-go-lucky kind of life. And then they said the intellectuals, Yoruba intellectuals, tear them. You know, and that's what we are doing now. They steered the people. So it's not about okay. It says here, Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. They need to work and trade over all of Nigeria. That's the reason for unity. Let's unite. But here's the solution. We don't need that kind of unity. Everybody should maintain their lane, but it doesn't stop you from moving around. Nobody will stop you from traveling. Nobody stops anybody, you know. But you don't have the kind of rights that you're going to have when you're using the idea of Lebensraum, expanding living spaces. It's called expansionist ideas, which was what the animal person was saying. They are trying to expand into our space. That's what the folks in Calabar, Goja Rivers provinces were complaining about. That was what people in southern Cameroon were complaining about in 1948. That's what we're talking about today. It's 2026. It's not like this we go day. All of this to say that it's important that the government, and those of you who are going to politics and people who are in politics already, or people who are thinking of doing it, it's important to create a structure that actually acknowledges this distinctiveness, or this uniqueness, I should say. We need to create a structure that recognizes this uniqueness of each group. So what the North needs is not what the South needs. Till today, what Macpherson was talking about in 1955 is still what the North has to work on: education. It's a bit sad that what's really happening is an absolute repetition of the past. It's sad. Makes you feel like crying. It said the North. In fact, so we're going to end where we started, and then we'll bring people up. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Maybe they were backward in Western education. I don't know if they're still backward today, but you can answer that question. So they still have to work on it at least. Even if you say they're not backward, they still have to work on it. The West is the wealthiest. Okay? It's sophisticated, they're well off, they're comfortable, they've had long connection with Europe and Europeans, they're very wealthy because of cocoa, you know. But in recent years, the Yoruba people and other people of the West have been steered out of a certain easygoing lethargy under the leadership of a vigorous group of intellectuals who want them to face the possibility of a challenge from the vigorous people from the eastern region, because people were moving into Yoruba land. Where can you read it? This is from the you can Google Royal Institute of International Affairs, record of general meeting held at Chatham House. What was I saying? Folks were moving in from the west, from the eastern region, and again, they're not moving in. They're not moving out of eastern region because they hate you or because they love you. They are moving out because they needed to survive. But the folks that own the space have to find a way to make sure that they protect that place. Even politically, when you hear things like, why can we not become the governor of Lagos? It's still what you hear in 2026. In other words, if you can't get it with the indigenous bill, why can't we gaslight and manipulate you and guilt trip you into having political power in your land? When people hear us talk, it's not because we're literally just doing what our fathers did in the 1940s and 50s and saying, we are too calm. When I say calm, I'm not talking about violence or anything. I'm saying we are too easygoing. Easygoing of, you can be easygoing. You can be easygoing and still be aware, right? For the most part, we just chill. We chill to the point it's as though we don't mind saying, make the door, just leave the door open, go sleep, assuming that everywhere is just safe. But that's dangerous. You can play with your friends, you can love your neighbors as yourself, do all those good things. I think is the right way to live, right? But you can't leave your door open. What if your neighbor wants to do something that is untoward? That's the point of this conversation. So the North had an issue with education and also with religion. They mentioned in this book. The West, these ones are easygoing, and they had this thing about lethargy, just chilling. The way our fathers got us to say, guys, you can't have a situation where in 1951, Zeke, for all our tribalism, Zeke won Lagos in 1951. No, not Lagos State, by the way. He won a seat in Lagos to represent Lagos in Ibadan, the Western Region Parliament. At the time, Lagos had a deputy mayor, Mbono Ojike, who was Igbo. Zeke was in Ibadan in 1951 in the parliament. He won and he was a member. The only thing he did not get was the majority seats to make him leader of business government and later on become premier. He didn't get that one because how? People have to wake up and say, wait, this guy who wrote in 1938 that the Igbos were better than everybody, they were going to school, he did study in 1938. They caught on with him in 1940, like but by 1948 they now started responding. In 1940 he said, the children that came to play football in Lagos from Onitsha, they had exceptionally developed brains. It's there. He published it in his own newspaper, West African Pilot. The Igbo, these were young boys who played the football match. Zeke said they won because they had exceptionally developed brains. So the ones in Lagos, their brain was not developed. That was 1940. The same person, by 1941, caused a division, and I was reading his speech on what he said, and I was like, why are you talking as if you're not the one that said the original one? The man is always like this. He was the one who said, the reason they didn't want Akisanya to represent NYM was because he was from Ijebu. He introduced tribalism into Nigerian political discourse in 1941. Father of the nation, 500 naira note, respect. But let's talk about what really happened. And that action destroyed NYM. They were going to stone Awolowo, even Awolowo's own people. Fellow Ijebu were saying, this one is this Awo is supporting. Guess who was supporting? An Ijo man. That's the tribalist though. Awo, the Yoruba man, is supporting an Ijo man, and he is a tribalist. Against another Ijebu, another Yoruba man, Akisanya, who is his own person, and he's a tribalist. See, propaganda does not require sense. You don't have to be smart. You just have to talk nonsense. People just believe you. Okay, so how can you call a person a tribalist? Meanwhile, the person who introduced the ethnic angle to that political conversation is the one who is Pan-African. Are we joking? That stuff. You know what happened eventually? The Jebus and the Igbos voted Akisoya and pulled out of NYM 1941. And what they did not know, what a lot of people did not know, was that Zeke himself wanted to go into parliament 1940, 1941, but he lost in NYM. They had the primaries, he lost. And since Tikwe Parliament Kakakeku just say, Avishawadano. Since I can't get it, and you guys here didn't see me. So he made sure that he put something that destroyed the party. I mean, NSA Koli won, but NYM eventually just disintegrated because of that single crisis. They tried to resuscitate it in the battle, but it never was what it used to be. That same person by 1948 then looked at Yoruba people who had formed Egbe Modudua and said to them, like, your group is with it. And I'm saying this because I hate them. Some people write me. And I want you to understand the fact that, nah, I don't hate you. I want to read what is there are two books. I'm going to read Awo's biography. I'm going to read, I'll see if I can find, let me find it so I can read it. Between the Ethnic and the National by Remi Adekoya. Oh, good. God is good. So let's quickly read this. We'll read the other one later on, but let's start with what happened in June of 1948. I'm going to read from Remi Adekoya's thesis. For most of 1948, the rival papers were involved in a bitter war of words, involving personal attacks, often tainted with ethnic undertones. For instance, in response to Azikiwe's support for the established, you know what, you won't appreciate what I'm about to read if I don't read that one first. So let me read that one. I'll now read. I will explain everything together. But let me first read what Zik wrote in September. So what happened? Yoruba started something called Egbe Modudua, 1945 in London. Okay? Why did they start it? Because they were disunited. They had fought bitter wars amongst themselves. They had very 16 years of inter-tribal wars, different tribes within Yoruba nation. So for many years, they were bickering and having these suspicions amongst themselves, mostly suspicions, not bickering as much. Such suspicions, people were very careful and work connections around each other, suspecting the other person wants to do something. And it was not going to help us in a country like Nigeria where you're thinking of federalism. So Awo and some of his people, some of his guys, Mabiodo Akerele, some of them decided to form something called Egbe Modudua in 1945. As soon as they formed that thing, the first group, as a matter of fact, Yoruba show right to Dario. Yoruba show right to Dario. Yoruba show right to Dari. In your show right to Dari generally, but Yoruba call on Shanoni. Yoruba people were writing against how that it was tribalistic. Please power tap on TikTok. Please power tap. I mean, human beings are difficult to lead, but we are blessed. Yoruba people said that was tribalistic for establishing Egbe Modudua in the UK. Meanwhile, that was in 1945. In 1943, Igbo Federal Union was established in the same UK, but it was not tribalistic. Igbos now said what Awo was doing with these people was tribalism, to divide the unity, to divide the ethnicities in Nigeria. They were the members of Igbo Federal Union. They were the leaders, the executives of Igbo Federal Union. They said he was tribalistic. 1945. Guess what Papa said? Let's have a meeting. They published stuff to explain themselves, which I think nobody should ever do again in this life. Explain for who, for what reason, why, how. Anyway, they said we're going to have a meeting on Sunday. They've not had that meeting today because they did before that meeting. They said they are not going to be available, so they never had a meeting. That was in 45. Fast forward to 48, this then happened. The reaction of, by the way, if you look at we've talked about I think we should know that there's a fantastic book on that topic. Introduced to my mentor, that book when I was having that series. I want to just say it now. He lent me that book when I was having that series. I said that I was going to read the book. That I should read it. And then this is what I'm talking about him. I'm just happy. Can you imagine? It's actually a fantastic book. It was someone's PhD thesis. We're going to discuss one of these days again. Anyway, if you go through the aims and objectives of Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ-Odùduwà, the whole idea was summarized in two objectives, right? One has to do with Yoruba people, the other one has to do with Nigeria. With Yoruba people, they were going to have to sponsor, students, school, children to go to schools in Yoruba land. They were going to democratize or work on, what's the word now? Help with some of the, what do they call these things? Superstitions that we have in Yoruba land to educate our people, right? And also help with the traditional institutions. Those are the kind of things they wanted to do. And also, of course, help, education, healthcare, and things like that for Yoruba people. And then, on the other hand, they're going to also work with other groups to accomplish the same thing in Nigeria. So that was in 45. Then in 48, and I'm rushing because of time. We're going to have a full session on Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ-Odùduwà, I promise. Okay. In 40, I'm tempted to read everything. Let me just give you like a summary, because some people will just see this video and it's important for them to have it at the same time. Maybe not everything, but just bullet points. For Yoruba land, they wanted to study fully its political problems, combat the disintegrating forces of tribalism, stamp out discrimination within the group and against minorities, and generally infuse the idea of a single nationality throughout the region. Number 2, to study its economic resources, ascertain its potentialities, and advise as to wisest utilization of its wealth as to ensure abundance and prosperity for its peoples. Number 3, to plan for the improvement of educational facilities, both in content and extent, to explore the means of introducing mass education promptly and efficiently, and to foster the study of Yoruba language, culture, and history. Number 4, to promote the social welfare of Yoruba land, combat the canker of superstition and ignorance, spread the knowledge of medical. That's the one for Yoruba land. For Nigeria, number 1, to cooperate in the fullest measure with other regions to see that the aims set out in A, that's the one for Nigeria, are applied to the whole country. Number 2, to aid and encourage similar groups in the other regions in every way possible to achieve these ideals. If you are a human being that has sense, will you not say that this is good? These people, students in London, Papa Awolowo himself, Dr. Oni Akerele, Abiodun Akerele, Akintola Williams, Tunde Rosiji, and others, with Papa founded Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ-Odùduwà in 1945. That was the objective. Is that not supposed to be something that we like, that's what you want to do? We're going to do the same thing where we come from. By 1947, they had something in Ife. Then 48, they established in Lagos, and then they had reduced everything to 2 points as the objectives. Number 1, to encourage, especially by means of scholarship awards by the society, the pursuit of secondary and university education among Yoruba boys and girls. Number 2, to recognize and maintain the monarchical and other similar institutions of Yoruba lands, to plan for their complete enlightenment and democratization. And number 3, to strive earnestly to cooperate with other ethnical associations in matters of common interest to all Nigerians, so as thereby to attain to unity in federation. Our fathers were altruistic. Our fathers were not short-sighted, selfish clowns. They thought about others and how others could also benefit. This is good, Abi. The reaction of Dr. Azikiwe and all his supporters to the newly formed Egbe was violent beyond compare. All the leaders of the Egbe were vilified in Dr. Azikiwe's newspapers. The high watermark of the campaign was reached in the following extract from an editorial article in the Pilot of September 8, 1948. But now that the Egbe, this is what Azikiwe wrote, that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe personally, and even against Igbos as a group, but against the aspirations of 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC. I'll tell you what they're doing. It has gone from personal and ethnic to political. So it's going to hide under NCNC to say the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ-Odùduwà is doing something against Nigeria. even though he was the president of Igbo Federal Union in that same period. Let's just keep quiet. Let's read. But now that the Egbe has made it clear that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe personally, and even against Igbos as a group, but against the aspirations of the 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC, the time has come for real action. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Omoduduwa, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Egbe Omoduduwa is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sadi Amalakija has been dismembered. This is a man living in Yoruba land, drinking Yoruba water, writing against Yoruba people having their own Yoruba group, while he was leading an Igbo group in Yoruba land. Go figure. As if that was not enough, Zik now did something called Bebe. Somebody say Bebe. I have to laugh to keep from crying, because sometimes you just wonder what kind of mind the person gets to this kind of thing that person land. Oh, they hate us, they hate us. Oh, they hate us, they love us. They don't love us, they don't hate us. Okay. Let me read to you what the Yoruba people eventually now wrote in 1948. This is a Yoruba person writing in the daily service. The picture that leaves me bewildered, however, is that of Zik. Listen to what Zik did do. Is that of Zik, an out-and-out Igbo, inaugurating a Yoruba Federal Union. It may be said in mitigation that he had but the poorest materials out of which to erect the Yoruba Federal Union, having only managed to scrape together the waves and strays of the Yoruba race. He had no Yoruba unions to federate, for no Yoruba union would submit to the degradation of being federated by Zik. Nevertheless, the daring of the man is staggering. By attempting to openly create divisions among the Yorubas, he is approaching the 0 hour of his checkered political career. He is playing with the trigger of a loaded gun, the muzzle of which is pointed ominously toward his own forehead. Can anyone imagine a Yoruba man in Onitsha or Nnewi organizing an Igbo Federal Union? Think about it. You are in Yoruba land, leading Igbo Federal Union. You are against Yoruba people having Egbe Omoduduwa, but you are working with some Yoruba people to create Yoruba Federal Union in Yoruba land. Meanwhile, you are a Pan-Africanist that doesn't believe in any ethnicity. That person now comes along in 1951 and says he wants to become something in your parliament. Even won the seat and came to Western Region. Guess what? You're in Western Region Parliament now. What's the next thing? You want to have the majority so that you can become what? The leader of government business where? The place where you said that the people, number one, your own people are the ones that are specially created by God to rule all of us. Number two, these people don't have enough sense to organize themselves to have a government to do it because the organization is fascist. You have to be the one to federate them. I mean, we can all speak. By the way, it was a very good. Let me tell you one good thing about him. He was a very good speaker, fantastic orator. I like to tell people good things about people because if I don't, you just be wondering like, what kind of demon will enter into a person to act like this in another person's land? Then you now come and tell me that I want to have unity, and if I say no, I am a bigot. Are you thinking? You see this. About, oh, he hates me, he's jealous of me. Jealous of what? Hate you for what? Is this unity? Everything I don't read now, everything where I read now, it sounds like Pan-African to you, but now take everything back to his first book in 1934. Was it not the one that was saying that there is no Igbo? In fact, let me read to you because we're going to end on that note. I've been saying we're going to end soon. We're going to end. There's a reason I start speaking like this, and it's not because I hate anybody. I just love my own people to the point where I'm like, we are too lackadaisical, we are too complex, we're just chilling. We don't have financial relation. This is what Zeke said in 1934, before he now began to show us real pepper. He said, let the Renaissance African take upon himself the burden of looking at his fellow African as a man, nothing more, nothing less. Tribal appellations cause tribal idiosyncrasies. These lead ultimately to vanity and superciliousness and disharmony. A regenerated social order must come. Fanti or Ga, Temne or Mende, Yoruba or Igbo, Bantu or Tuareg, Bubi or Hausa, Jollof or Kru, all are Africans, all are human beings. A man's a man for that. The man we're saying that a man's a man for that, we are all Africans, is the leader of Igbo Federal Union. You are shouting Federal, Nigeria, Pan-African. You shall be all right. People of God, the point is, the idea of unity is not unity. It's Leberstrom, expanding living spaces. And I'm taking it from the speech by Macpherson in 1955, and I'm telling you, it's the same thing we're going through right now. It's the same reason, I keep repeating, it's the same reason for the Indigenous Bill, and it's the same reason you are hearing things like, why can we not be governor of Lagos? Well, you can't be. You don't even care for the land. You don't care about the people. It's just about ambition. Have you ever seen a person wants to become governor of a place who never talks about what they want to do for the people? Just that we have a right, is our turn. Turn where? How? Election is coming up next year. We've got to Tarawaji. Unity around Malo Dibo. I want to have a session. There's something I put on the Telegram channel a while back. I never talked about it, but I put it there in case you want to read it. It's a Substack article about election rigging in the last cycle, this last electoral cycle. Election rigging. The highest places in the country where the election was Southeast. Not today, we'll talk about it on Monday. But if you want to read it before then, please go on, please go on Redomi Global. Redomi is spelled R-E-D-O-M-I, Redomi Global on Telegram, and check for that Substack article. Read it. It's well done, like proper research, properly put together. Please read it. The person whose region engaged in the greatest, let me not say worst, election rigging is one who call everybody riggers, and your president is bad, you are worse, you don't vote for him, you must prove that you're a Nigerian. No true Nigerian can vote for Tinubu. Are you joking? He will win by the grace of God. He will win this next election. So why are you always talking about it? Just talk about history. Are we not serious? Don't you understand the fact that what happened is happening? Forget about your own. Just give it all to our own. Are we not united? We are looking for competence. Is it if you're looking for competence, we're looking for China went to China. That's competence. But 90% of his own region voted for him. Your whole region, you split your vote among the three candidates, but you are the bigot. Are we joking in this country? Tinubu lost Lagos. Peter Obi won Lagos, right? Atiku won Osun State. Tinubu won 4 other states. Peter Obi won all the states in his region. He is not the bigot. You, who divided your vote in your region, you are the bigot. And we are apologizing for what? Because you want to be seen as a united nation. You see what I'm saying? It's not about unity. One gaslight in one get in, and when I can't get in you, one get in local Jesus army. Thank you for being part of today's session. Oh boy, it's past 9 already. Oh dear. Someone said unity is a two-way street. I'm not going to unite with anyone on their own terms. Yes, I don't mind uniting with people, but it has to be for a reason. So I want to have unity of purpose. What are we uniting on? We want to unite about on this matter. Okay, we work together. You do this, I do this. You get this, I get this. We're good. But not all this thing of you must unite with me to get me to have what I want to have, and you have to do it to prove to me that you're united with me. And if you don't do it, you're a bigot. That's what we have been practicing in this country. And that has to stop. As a matter of fact, thank you very much. I'll just read some comments here. I was going to bring people up, but it's actually past 9 now. We have some views on Twitch. Interesting. I'm still trying to learn that how to use it, but at least we have some people coming in on there. That's good. All right, folks on YouTube, thank you for being here. You guys are reading some fantastic stuff here. So go and verify. It's a new coinage word now frequently used by them. Yes. Ask anybody. I'm just looking. You have said a lot of things, but over time, your mind says the mass migration from southeast to southwest and other parts was a deliberate plan to overwhelm those regions. They employ mass. The mass. Okay, something about baby factory. I don't want to read it. They plan to overwhelm those regions. Last election, hundreds of thousands of voters' cards were relocated to Lagos. Did you know about it? There were videos from the southeast. Hundreds of, some people say between 200 and 300,000 votes. There was an interview with an INEC official, and that was when I actually really believed it. I've seen the videos, I saw videos, but I wanted to actually hear someone in that space, Thomas Soro. Between 200,000 and 300,000 voters card. Any loopholes must be found so that they can get it as well. Nigeria should thank Sam Onyekwere. I didn't want to read that baby factory thing, don't make me read it though. The guy said Nigeria should thank Indigbo for advancing to global stage. The chest beating never stops. If you think the Igbos are not the cream of the crop, let them go. Nigeria cannot exist without the Igbos. Go and verify. How do you respond to this? Where do we even begin? But God created human beings now. Did he not give all of us the ability to think? How did this happen? I actually know the answer to my question, but God knows. This is the only thing I can say to avoid saying things that me sorrow. You advance Nigeria to the global stage. How? I have so many things I could say. I don't want to talk. But how? If you think the Igbos are not the cream of the crop, let them go. Did anybody hold anybody down? You really want to go? I've said it. There are two things Igbos can do if you want to leave. Get on the bus and move back to your region. Like, nobody's going to stop you. Number two, talk to your representatives. You have 58 of them in Abuja. You have houses of assembly all across Southeast. Tell them to push for inclusion of a bill of secession. A bill for secession. They push for that bill, and then you get what you want. But we should thank you for advancing. Because I'm just dumbfounded. But still should go and verify. Awolowo, he's saying, Sam Onyekwere, he's saying Awolowo is a well-known travelist and the originator of the Nigerian Civil War. Now, here's the thing, Sam, you're very stupid. The first one, I didn't say anything, but that Awolowo you mentioned, you're very stupid. You would never hold your fathers responsible for destroying your family. Is that what you want to come and talk about? You're dumb. I hate people using Awolowo's name. That's my time. I beg on the Kubate say. Kotel Kosowo gun they tell my was say. No, so Awolowo. In fact, let me not read the second part where you talk to Awolowo, because I'm going to talk to you. I will send you home. I will send you. I don't want to do that. Please don't mention Awolowo like that. You know, just prove that you were not picked off a tree. Like you sound like you're jumping from one tree to another, like you're a tree hopper of some sort. And these people that talk like this, you just start imagining how their parents mated when they gave birth to them. They definitely mated on the tree. Definitely. Yeah, but let me just stop because no. I was laughing the other time because you wrote another one. How is that all cause the killing of millions of innocent Biafran civilians? Are you dumb? You know what? Let me just leave you though, because I will start another session on you, and I don't have time. You know what? I'm going to bring some people up because people have been waiting. But please don't send requests again. We have the other time we had a lot of people. So now we just have few people who respond. But this one, Banking Sorrow, no, I don't want to. Lawale Lori on Facebook says, all I can say is Yoruba are feeling too relaxed and hoping to act after the strike, which might be too late to correct or remain eternally irredeemable. The Hausas never gave an inch. We are given over 1,000 miles, and that is why they cannot mess around the house. Actually, the Hausas gave more than an inch. The Hausas allowed them until they got too tired. And I think the straw that will break the camel's back, I think, is in the hand of one person. The person is very stupid. The person just hit the camel once like this. Shangbama funny, eh? The cup is almost full. May even not happen to anybody, but people should be careful. Lawale says we have given over 1,000 miles. Thank you. Shalala, they won't move to their region. Let's just leave them alone. So let's have the 4 people here but we're going to have to keep it very short. Like, it can't be more than 2 minutes because I really have to run. It's 9:26. Thank you very much for your understanding. All right, 2 minutes. Let's make it quick. The other time I left everybody to speak, but this time around we've got to run. So let's start with please mute. All right, thank you very much, Akimbami Bonja. Thank you. I like your name. I think I've seen something. I've seen Bonja before. All right. Good evening, Miss John. Okay, I don't think she's available. Let's go to Concilium. 2 minutes. Concilium, please go on.
No, I want to talk about this. It might be a little bit too, but I've been doing the comment section. The thing I want to mention is these people have nowhere to go. So the fight with and now is just like Yawoto in the military policy. Don't jack we need to see them for what they really are. I think, like I mentioned in the comment section, that maybe after Tinubu finishes his term, or maybe somebody down like if they go to a partnership with them and somehow Mango find a way to become a senior partner, maybe then they can rule this country. Hopefully by then we would have found a way to safeguard ourselves via journalism. As in, that is Southwest Development Commission. So let us give them a chance. Let's see what you can do. So people who are all the don't tell them what they see. But don't post on social media. Don't worry. Maybe then you realize why we are where we are. Why we say what we say. Because we're giving them too much leeway. And they keep insulting us and spitting in the eye. You see them I live in Lagos. You see them in Lagos all the time. And you're looking at them, they bring me. What I say, if you see, look, I see them outside. One not gym. You cannot go to gym in your hometown. Don't try to get back here. The way you live in Lagos, won't be that, won't be able to be about to buy that. Look, you don't go home now. So that's about it.
Thank you.
So, one sort of where I want these people, I just use that people.
Thank you. No, the thing is, I noticed that, and the reason I was actually rushing is because I just noticed that the power is going down, and the backup apparently was not charging all the while. So if we stay too long, everything just go off. So that's why I'm rushing us. But thank you very much for that. submission. Thank you very much. Let's quickly go to Dark Poet. Good evening, Dark Poet.
Good evening, Prof.
Hello, Dark Poet. Are you there? Ekale, ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ wa.
Yeah. Dúpẹ́ fọlọ́run. Ṣẹ́rí all these things táwọn April ń ṣe 2027 òun ló máa clear lójú wọn. Tó bá ti wá clear lójú wọn tó by that time it will be too late. Àwọn èèyàn sọ pé à ń fún wọn ní chance, although not yes because of the leniency of the culture, à ń fún wọn ní àwọn àyè díẹ̀díẹ̀ kan bọ̀. Backdoor wà, there's a backdoor to all these things. Àwọn backdoor wà sí gbogbo kìíní. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti kọjá àyè wọn, pàṣán wọn ń bẹ lókè àjà tá a fi kọ́. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa jẹ́ lójú pálí ni. Ibikíbi tó bá ti wá inú gbé wọn tó ti ń troop wá, wọ́n ṣì máa padà síbẹ̀. Because we house do you notice that the majority of Southeasterners outside Southwest lower by population, Southwest lower accommodate one. They make a living here on BC on Resi, and they have the audacity and the guts to disrespect countless times. Ìgbàdíẹ̀ ló kù bí orin Àyìnlá ni ọmọ tó jẹyàn wọn ṣu. All right, thank you, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for keeping it short. And what you said, absolutely true. And by the way, why people also say things like, you talk more about, being forceful. The reason is because the bad laws of so you have to stay true to yourself. And akíkanjú wà lára ọmọlúàbí. Àwọn tó máa fún àyàn lẹ́gbàá lọ́jọ́ tí kíní ẹ̀ bá máa dé, àwọn alápá ọmọlúàbí náà ni wọ́n á fi ọmọlúàbí yẹn na àwọn èèyàn lẹ́gbàá. Bó àníṣe bá àwọn ará òkè torí àwọn yẹn gbèdéke wọn ó yàtọ̀ sí tiwa. We are different, people. I think there's a lady that came up earlier. I'll have her speak, but we're going to have to keep it short, please, because I don't want this thing to go off while you're speaking. That would be Miss John. Good evening. I don't think this thing is actually working on our side. Are you there? John Glitz? I guess not. Sulaiman, are you there? Short, please, because... Okay, I can hear you now. Good evening, John Glitz.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Sherry.
Thank you.
Inú mi dùn pé gbogbo orú nǹkan báyìí ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀, ó ń jẹ́ kójú àwa Yorùbá kó là, kí ọpọlọ wa dẹ̀ ṣí sí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí tá a kọbi ara sí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Torí ẹ wò Sherry, gẹ́gẹ́ bọ́n ṣe ń sọ, wọ́n sọ pé a ti fààyè gba oríṣiríṣi jù. Lóòótọ́ a ti fààyè gba oríṣiríṣi. A ní sùúrù, a ní ẹ̀mí ìkónimọ́ra torí culture wa. Àwa máa ń kóyàn mọ́ra, máa ń ronú ọ̀la, a máa ń ronú ọmọ pé nǹkan tá a bá ṣe lẹ̀ lọ́mọ máa bá, pé àbọ̀ wa bá ní nǹkan àti wípé karma, I believe in it gan. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ pé sùúrù ta ní ó ti ń tú àṣírí wọn. Ṣóyé yín, sùúrù ta ní ó ti ń tú àṣírí wọn. Ó ti tú àṣírí wọn ní gbogbo àwọn ìlú tó ń gbé. Gbogbo bẹ̀ ó ṣe okay tí àwọn èèyàn bá sọ wípé Yorùbá ló ń fún wọn, báwọn ṣe ń sọ pé Yorùbá ló ń fún wọn problem, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé South Africa náà fún wọn problem, Ghana náà fún wọn problem, gbogbo àwọn ìlú tó ń lọ tí wọ́n fẹ́ lọ máa claim ìlú onílùú níbi tán wà, tó fẹ́ lọ máa enforce whatever culture tí wọ́n ní, tí orí mi ò believe wọ́n ní culture. Wọ́n kàn ń ṣe àhesọ lóríṣiríṣi, just wannabes náà ń jẹ́. Ni àwọn ọmọ wọn máa ń sọ pé wannabes náà fẹ́ máa jẹ́. They love this Yoruba. They are so mi mọ right word láti lò. Wọ́n like to be Yoruba. The culture we have, they know it's an authentic thing. They know pé wọn ò lè lé Yorùbá bá, kò sí bọ́n ṣe fẹ́ ṣe. But nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ ni pé tọ́ máa wá sọ wípé àwọn tí wọn ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kán lọ, tí wọn ò ní lọ, ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì máa wà lára wa. Kí Yorùbá kí wọ́n má ṣe the normal thing tó ń ṣe mọ́ o. as in the normal way bá ṣe ń kó wọn mọ́ra ká mọ̀ wípé àwọn people wọn ò like wa rárá so ká ti mọ̀ yẹn ká ti ní lọ́kàn wípé okay o ká fi àlà sí everything tá a bá máa ṣe pẹ̀lú wọn.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Normally I would respond to everything, but I'm also trying to make sure we finish on time. But thank you. No. I also want to make sure that this thing does not go off. We've been here for a bit actually, but it's good to have you come. I also like the fact that you're a lady, so but I get what you're saying. I think it's about the structure that we eventually adopt in Nigeria. There's a series that I want to do, but we can't do it until after the elections.
Okay.
Báyìí báyìí máa sọ pé abẹ́rẹ́ ló máa sọ pé tó máa fokùn sí nídìí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣé o ma. Thank you very much. Let's have Sulaiman, who will be our final speaker for today. Good evening, Sulaiman. Sunny.
Hello.
Hello. This is your name. Okay, Ekale. This is what to pay. I remember you now.
Okay. It's a Muslim name, so it's not.
No, it's not a Muslim name. It's an Arabic name. It's an Arabic name.
It's Muslim.
It's Arabic.
Actually.
My brother. It is Arabic. Muslim. Wait, guys. So Islam doesn't have a language. There are no Islamic names.
Yeah. So just like when you say, it's Arabic in this, but it is Muslim, not like I don't know how to put it. So it's not like big about Joseph or whatever. So
Joseph is not a Christian name. Joseph is a Hebrew name. It's not
actually. So, but it's it is written in Arabic, but it's listed. So deleted. So now the what I was driving at then was that there was this thing about Uzumba Mbadiwe, who wrote something some very many years ago. I mean, more street if our politicians are thinking right. So he wrote something many years ago, and he said something about there's a difference between being what he said something about a nationalist not necessarily portraying what he says. What you say should be different from what you do on the ground.
About a statesman. A statesman's words do not have to be the same thing as his actions. Something like that.
Something like that. And he said something again afterwards. He said the decadent Yoruba youths would not notice. Time they would know, they would have perfected up, something like that. So, and it actually aligns with what I wrote the other time. So I'm taking it from another angle. But I think the reason why we do a lot of things that we do also, there's a lot of decadence with Yorubas. When from a psychological, is it psychology or philosophical point of view, when a society embraces hedonism, where everything is just about pleasure. You know, there are some things that will come along with it. You'll become intellectually lazy. You'll become physically lazy. We have a lot of them now. And it's something that you see when everything is just about. Even a lot of you see, a lot of your men, the reason they do the things they do is because they want to have sex with perhaps some of these. So when everything comes down to pleasure, you know, when it's too much, it affects the society. I think that it has eaten deep into our listening, and we need to, there's need to be balanced in everything. So when hedonism becomes a culture, then it is something to look at as a people. You become weak, you become coward, you become so many things as a result of hedonism, where everything is about pleasure, you know. So that's the this thing that if young people Yoruba decadence.
Oh yeah.
On there. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have to mute you. There's no decadence. There are concerns, but there's no decadence. The word decadence, I mean, I look at Yoruba land, I don't see decadence. Are there people that indulge, like, you know, party, drink, and stuff? Of course. Does that mean they're decadent? No. The word decadent that was used was from the perspective of somebody who was, what did he call the Northerners? Reactionary. I know the document you're talking about, you know. I just want to read it now. He said the reactionary Northerners and the decadent Yorubas. Then he said what we have done. Okay, and he wasn't talking about the youth. He was talking about the people. He was calling us like it's not the reality of who we are. It's the interpretation from his own perspective, or from the Igbo perspective. Oh, it's what people still say today. Wọ́n talẹ̀ wọn lọ fún wẹ̀ fún wàásù. Wọ́n talẹ̀ wọn àkọ́kọ́ wẹ̀ fún wàásù láti wá kọrin fún pàtí. Wọ́n ti fowó ilẹ̀ tán talẹ̀ kò wọ́n ti lọ fi ṣe kíní. I hear that thing, and Yoruba people are beginning to say. I heard the Yoruba person actually repeat that, and I was like, how? Timba tale, timba fowó ẹ̀jẹ̀ pàtí kilo kan babala baba ẹnìkan. The point is nobody is saying land to do party. And even if people are saying land to do party, that's okay. But that's their business. But it's not like the majority of our people are decadent. If an enemy is trying to deprecate, you know what? I think I didn't want to read though. This is 7%. It's going to go off. Here's the point, because there's no time. Here's the point. The idea of decadence was what he said about us. But to be fair, what you also said also is also important. Like, we also shouldn't get to the point where we're just chilling and having fun. And it's true. Nobody can fault what you said about the fact that a lot of our men just go around, you know, sleeping with stuff. And we need to have meetings for our men. They need to be conference for Yoruba men. This thing should be the one thinking, not the one down there. Enough said. There's nothing wrong in mixing and mingling and enjoying life, but I think people should be more intentional, especially when it has to do with something that's going to be for long, where you're going to have children. I'm sure we already get the point, but may God help us, and fathers and mothers, let's raise our children properly. To be honest, people say a lot about, I mentioned something along the lines of interethnic marriage. It works in many cases where people are able to have the best of both worlds and the children can grow up healthy. But if you notice that the person you're dealing with is always talking down on Yoruba, and you're trying to now prove that you love the person by also downplaying your own culture, something is wrong now. Correct, it's not right. May God help us. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I want to thank all those who have been part of today's session. From those who like the live, wow, 301.2k likes. 301.2k likes on TikTok. Thank you very much for your support. We usually put out account details like once in a while, or once or twice a week. I'm going to put it up today. So if you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up. It's going to be on this. Oh dear. One ball. Or a Waku schedule come, but this thing is about to go off. Hope you can hear me. Okay, oh dear. I just remembered now. Better late than ever, I guess. So if you like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen. By the way, we have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Friday. All right, from 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So if you want to be part of this session on Monday, please, you're free. You're welcome to join us. We're going to start playing music at 4 on TikTok, and then we'll bring other people in much later. That's on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Okay, I want to thank everybody who has liked, who has power tapped, who are EDOMI books. T.me/Redomi Bookstore, on Telegram Redomi Bookstore, on Telegram just look for Redomi Books, and you find different categories: Nigerian Civil War, politics, history, War, Yoruba, children, African, all kinds of things. You're going to like it, so please interact and enjoy and take advantage of it. The books will be shipped to you wherever you're in the world. We'll get the books across to you. Just go there and order. Also, if you want to take advantage of some of the free materials I mentioned, please check out Redomi Global. Okay, I mentioned Redomi Global earlier, and that's because there's some things that people want to have access to. We have a few materials that will be very difficult to come by, but you find that for free on Redomi Global. So check Redomi Global on Telegram and join the team and look in the library. You'll find some materials that will help you. Thank you for being part of today's session. Before we go listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Okay. Someone says, work hard and play harder. I think you work hard. So I don't, but I also understand that there has to be you want to see. Me, you can actually slip into hedonism, like he mentioned, and that's true as well. Balance. I kind of like that thing where you're not too much to the left or to the right, So okay, so let's. I'm gonna have to switch this. I can't use that one again because I'm charging it. So let's use this one. God is good. Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. Thanks so much.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, the tribe and
ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́ ilé wa ọ̀nà wa hey wọ́n bọ̀ ilé ìbò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́ lágbára ọlọ́run ilé wa ọ̀nà wa ní bàjẹ́ a máa rí bá ti ṣe a máa rọ́nà gbégbà ilé onílé wa ọ̀nà oníná wa gbogbo àwọn tó jẹ́ adarí wa bóyá ilẹ̀ nàìjíríà ní ìrọ̀lẹ́ yorùbá ọlọ́run á fún wọn ṣe. May God bless our leaders. May God give them wisdom that they require to do what they have to do to make things better for the nation, for the country. And may God lead our Yoruba leaders as well, so they do what's right for the nation. May God help you. May God bless you. And may you be the answer to the questions and to the problems that we have in our land. May you be the solutions. Thank you very much for being part of this session. I'll see you again on Monday at 4 p.m. If time, West African time, have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. God bless you. Odaro. And thank you very much, Your Might. Thank you for the prayers. Amen. God bless you. Isiaka, thank you. Urunkutere, thank you. Folks on TikTok, everybody, thank you very, very much. And thanks to my moderator on TikTok, Empress One Day.